ambassadors to administrate the affairs of the state, we stand amazed that you would use men and women to be your representative in government affairs. Oftentimes our mouths speaks, but our hearts are far from you. O Lord, please forgive us of our sins, transgressions, and iniquities. Please separate us from our own selfish ambition, that we might represent your eternal will in this house today. We ask all this in your magnanimous honor, glory, and namesake. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
He's right here, Tommy. He's right behind you.
We're in a roll call period. All members, please record your presence. We're in a roll call period. Ms. Gill, representative from Union County.
Welcome to State House today. I'm Gavin Jackson along with Maayan Schechter here in the State House lobby for Wednesday, February 25th, 2026. It's a busy day here at the State House. We got a lot of future farmers of America walking through. Hopefully no one walks through our live shot. It's happened before.
It's live.
It's live.
It's a risk we take.
Maayan, it's a Wednesday. Is it a wacky? Is it a wild? Is it a wonky? Is it all the above?
I think it's all the above.
You heard it here.
Because there's a little bit of everything today.
Okay.
You have some wonkiness in the Senate. You have perhaps a little bit of wonkiness in the House, but the House is always a little wild, a little whatever other W you can think of.
And especially the House is in, and we'll be jumping back to them in a moment, and the Senate comes in at 12:15, but we do know that there will be a joint assembly today at 12:30 that you'll be seeing with the House and the Senate together in the House chamber to hear from the National Commander of the American Legion, that's Dan Wiley. So he'll be giving a briefing like they always do every year. And of course, next Wednesday, Maayan, we'll have another joint assembly.
That's right, a much longer one.
They'll be doing judicial elections, including that contentious state Supreme Court seat with 4 folks running, including the incumbent Justice John Canfield. So we'll be watching more of that. We'll have more about that in the gavel leading up to that next Wednesday. But that's something to kind of stay tuned for on your calendars. And of course, we're also going to be watching a debate in the House today dealing with posting the 10 Commandments in every public school, K through 12 and college and university in the state. An 11 by 14 poster would need to be posted in every school classroom across the state if this bill, H 4762, passes both the House and the Senate. Again, this is just going through the House right now, and we'll see what happens during this debate. That could be part of the wildness that you're talking about. But I want to just go ahead and mention, if you read the gavel today at scetv.org/thegavel, you'll see that we're not alone in doing this, attempting this bill. Louisiana passed a similar bill into law recently, and it was contested in their courts down there too. But also want to note that the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals actually reversed a decision from last June from a 3-judge panel that determined that 2024 state law was unconstitutional. They now say that it is constitutional. That came out last Friday, ruling that injunction allows Louisiana to require all the schools in their state to post those 10 Commandments. So a little bit of different precedent going on here across the country, because also Arkansas is seeing a similar law being challenged in courts too, and there is an injunction preventing them from putting that into schools. So we'll see what happens here. If it does get through the State House, that the governor does sign it, likely to see some lawsuits happening with that bill too. But that does not prevent anyone from legislating here at the State House if there's any potential legal threat. So, Maayan, that being said, that's what's going on in the House. We have some more things happening over there. But tell me what happened in the Senate yesterday, too, with that personal income tax bill.
Yeah, so the Senate has now officially cleared both those 2 massive tax policy bills. We mentioned last week that they cleared the homestead exemption expansion bill. We did get an updated fiscal impact statement on that. It's a little bit more than $247 million. You can also check that out on the State House Gavel today. But yesterday they passed the income tax bill. Now, lawmakers, particularly in the House, had really hoped that they would not touch it, that they would pass it as is. That way it would go to the governor's desk. He could sign it and
one less thing, boom,
keep the ball rolling. That is not what happened. Senator Lee Bright, a former state senator, also a newcomer, but Senator Lee Bright proposed an amendment to take down the next phase of the tax cut from 6%, the top rate, to 5.39%. And instead, he proposed an amendment to take it down to 5.21%, which is what it would have phased into year 2. He argued this will lessen the impact on many people who were going to see their taxes go up in the next tax year. And it was co-signed by Harvey Peeler, the Senate Finance Committee chairman. Now, what that means is it goes back to the House. The House can decide to amend it. The House could also decide to accept it. I think that's highly unlikely, given the fact that there are some massive, it's a big bill.
Yeah.
By doing that, it ups the price tag. So it was about $119 million.
Okay.
It more than doubles it to over $300 million, which basically means between the homestead bill and the income tax bill, we're talking about over $500 million. And that has big impacts on the state budget that House Ways and Means Committee just threw out and sent to the floor. So yeah, big tax policy, I think, is still just kind of like what it was last year, is going to be one of the big issues this legislative session.
Maayan, do you think that maybe like when you see Senate Finance Committee Chairman Harvey Peeler co-signing onto that, and of course we've already seen what the House Ways and Means Committee did with their budget in terms of what's coming out of the revenue projections. Do you think that he's doing that, hoping that there might be an extra couple in this case, what, $100-some million coming out of like a future revenue forecast that they're banking on? Or, I mean, it's still a bit of a curveball, especially when you start looking at the calendar in terms of the budget getting the House floor on March 9th, and then everything else compounding after that. It's kind of a risk.
Yeah, no, it is a risk. We really don't know what revenue projections are going to say. We obviously are still waiting on Board of Economic Advisors. They'll be meeting throughout the rest of the session.
Yeah.
Of course, we did not see them update the revenue model recently.
Wasn't too encouraging.
Wasn't too encouraging. We appear, South Carolina, while we are still growing and doing very, very well economically, we are kind of plateauing. We're not seeing that windfall of COVID-related money come down as we have in past years. And so that means that perhaps, yes, future revenue projections may not be the same. It is a little bit of risk. And again, it could have some big impacts on the budget because there's a finite amount of money on recurring dollars. Those are those annual dollars that come in. And by chipping away at almost more than $500 million, you're talking about money, education, Medicaid,
everyone wants
healthcare,
that money, yeah.
Right, finite amount. So yeah, it'll be an interesting discussion over in the House.
People always trying to walk through our shot too while we're getting to the nitty gritty on the details. And Mayan, speaking of the House, I want to say that there's other stuff on that calendar too that we'll be working through. Hard to say when they'll probably get onto that really contentious piece of legislation dealing with the Ten Commandments, because again, like we said, there'll be a joint assembly at 12:30. They're in right now, and it takes about a half hour to get going. There's a lot of people in this lobby that they'll probably be introducing, but there's some other things on the calendar, including that bill dealing with, hemp-derived consumables, which was more of a whole ban. Of course, we saw that huge contentious debate a couple Wednesdays ago. That was a true wild Wednesday. And that got recommitted to the full Judiciary Committee, too, because there were some issues over that bill. Of course, we saw the full Judiciary meet yesterday. That didn't come up, but we've been hearing some things. I'm sure things have been happening in the background. Of course, that other bill, that outlaw bill, could be amended on the floor. It's on the calendar right now. But I just want to go ahead and mention that we did see the Senate Agriculture Committee pass a bill dealing with hemp-derived consumables. Again, a little bit less regulated than what we've been seeing debated in the House right now. That's H 3924. That got passed out of the Senate Ag Committee, got heavily amended. I'm not going to go through all the details about that because it's also going to be debated possibly soon in the Senate. But we'll have a recap about what they did to that bill, too, because it seems like they could collide, too. If we see something happen today after 10 Commandments dealing with hemp-derived consumables, that could be something that collides with what we see going on in the Senate, too.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a wide open day. They've got that bill that's on the calendar, as you mentioned, that would completely outlaw it. They can amend that on the floor.
Yeah.
Or, yes, they could wait to see whatever the Senate does. But I think this is one of those bills, again, very similar to tax policy or other kind of high-profile legislation that lawmakers from both the House and the Senate would probably want to go into a negotiation phase over, because there's a lot of very passionate feelings about these hemp consumables.
Yeah.
So I think that may be the expectation here.
And when we start talking about taxes, too, different tax revenues, of course.
Right.
And I just want to also mention that what we posted on the Gavel dealing with a bipartisan unanimous vote on H 5205 that dealt with a lot of public safety issues, especially what we saw after that recent shooting at South Carolina State University. And this bill that was unanimously passed in the House would require colleges and universities, including technical schools, to develop a safety training program for new students. So that's something you guys wrote about. And under this bill, of course, would require safety training orientation given to new students within that first month of arriving on campus. So really kind of what to do in a case of emergency. A little bit different than from like your public schools where you guys do your typical fire drills.
Right.
You're on a college campus, it's a little bit different. It's hard to kind of get control. Obviously there's messaging systems in place these days, but again, just really trying to shore up security at public schools, colleges, universities, and tech schools. So interesting to see that again, something that was bipartisan. You always love to see that here at the State House. But Mayan, jump back to the Senate really quick and just kind of tell me what we expect to see going on. Is it going to be a wonkier
I think
Wednesday?
This is a bit of a wonkier Wednesday. I mean, they have some bills to work through, but what Senate Majority Leader Shane Massey told us yesterday is they are going to take off a bill that he sponsored. He's the lead sponsor. President Alexander is the co-sponsor of. And this is a bill that would take the Consumer Affairs Commission Department and basically turn it into a cabinet agency under the governor. So not the most fascinating, wild legislation we've ever seen, but again,
that's again what we're talking about, consolidating power for the governor. This is something I talked to former State Senator Vincent Sheen about, Mayor of Camden, in his new book, A Concise Guide to South Carolina State Government, talking about how the governor has made some clawbacks in terms of power over the years, and he's not as weak as everyone claims to say he is. And that was in the Gavel on Tuesday, a little bit of a recap from our interview on This Week in South Carolina. So, and then of course we're also talking about SCDOT stuff. It's been a little mum right now, so things are still in the background, but just seeing how that could also potentially become a cabinet agency too. So it's these bit by bit, this incremental work to kind of claw some power for the executive branch from the legislative branch.
Right,
So,
absolutely.
Well, I think that's kind of all we got going on today, folks. I do want to note that SCE TV will be live streaming next Monday. The late Reverend Jesse Jackson, who will be lying in state here in the lobby, and that's an honor that Governor Henry McMaster extended to the family after they asked him about having that as a possibility. So that's something we'll be seeing, as well as the flags will be flying at half staff that day as well. And also next Wednesday, like we said, we will see another joint assembly dealing with judicial elections. So stay tuned for that. And again, there will be one today at 12:30 for the National Commander of the American Legion in the House chamber, with both the House and Senate being in there. So that being said, I think we're kind of good for this Wednesday. We're going to be watching what happens.
Please
you never
follow.
know.
You never know, and keep up with us, of course, at the State House Gavel. We're going to have a lot of coverage tomorrow, so definitely worth reading.
Yeah, check that out at scetv.org/thegavel. And we will be back here Thursday, tomorrow, the last day of this 7th week of the legislative session, to let you know what happened and give you a little preview of what's going on tomorrow. I'm Gavin Jackson, along with my on-checker here in the State House lobby, and now we're going to jump over to the House before someone walks through our live shot.
Folks, as you can imagine, we've got a tremendous number of introductions today. We've got a lot on the calendar. I will point out, several of you have asked about the FFA. Mr. Hickson will at some point, on behalf of the Agriculture Committee and the rest of the members, will do a joint welcome for the FFA. I just want to let you know that. And Brandon Newton is recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to give a brief introduction to the SC Forum, which is going to be kicking off a press conference shortly downstairs. I think there could be some of the audience upstairs who are from them. Goal here is to get average citizens involved and tell us what they want to do and to try to find consensus. Super excited about using this tool that's worked in other places in South Carolina. Happy they chose South Carolina, and hope that you all can be involved and encourage your constituents to be involved to tell people and tell us what they want us to accomplish. So with that, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope this will be a success.
Thank you, Ms. Newton. Ms. Terrabill, are you ready, ma'am? Ms. Terrabill is recognized. Ms. Sessions.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members of the House, today I have the honor of recognizing an exceptional young man from TGK, Matthew Curtis. Matthew is a graduate of Fort Mill High School, class of 2022, where he was a standout pitcher and a leader on the field. Those years laid the foundation for what followed at the University of South Carolina Upstate and later at Virginia Tech, where he continued to sharpen his skills and compete at a high level. And that hard work paid off when Matthew was selected in the 14th round of the 2025 Major League Baseball draft by the Atlanta Braves. Being drafted at any level is an incredible achievement, and it speaks to his talent, his discipline, and his determination. And I'd like to share a quick personal story as well. Matthew was a teammate of my son Mikey at Fort Mill High School. He was a year ahead, and Mikey looked up to him, as did many young players. Matthew has been a quiet mentor to him, leading by example through hard work, ethics, focus, and perseverance. Matthew's journey hasn't always been easy. He faced obstacles and moments where he was underestimated, but instead of letting that stop him, he took it as a challenge. He worked harder, and he stayed committed to his dream, and that resilience makes him an inspiration not just to my sons, but to young athletes across our community. And so today, Matthew is joined by his parents, Brian and Missy Curtis, and his girlfriend, Kylie. People have supported him every step of the way. His success is a reflection of that support, as well as the coaches and team members who believed in him. So on behalf of South Carolina House of Representatives, we are proud to recognize Matthew Curtis for his outstanding achievement in baseball, congratulate him on being drafted by the Atlanta Braves, and wish him continued success as he begins his professional career. Please join me in welcoming Matthew and his family.
Let's welcome Matthew Curtis. Congratulations, Matthew. I know we got some Braves fans here. Hopefully you'll help them not throw things at the TV so much. Thank you. We look forward to seeing you. Thank you. Mr. King's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I won't be before you long. I have one of my dearest friends visiting with us here in the House, Joyce Argo. If you would just stand up and be recognized. She's here with a group, and I'll let them introduce her later. But welcome to the House. And
welcome to the House. Glad to have you here today. Hope you have a good day here at the House. Thank you. Mr. Alexander.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does anyone from the Education Committee, if they would like to come stand with us as we introduce this hard-working body of individuals who keep our education on the forefront. But, Madam Speaker, I would recognize that our educators are the first responders in this whole process. They are the first one to be in contact with firemen. They are the first one to be in contact with police officers. They're the first one to be in contact with emergency. They are the first one to make a difference in the lives of so many people. So I'd like to recognize those individuals who've given so much of their time. The South Carolina Education Association, who is here with us in the balcony. Will you stand, please? Today, their active and retired educators are present. And did you know that in spite of all of these educational learning traditions that have changed, still 90% of all the South Carolina students go through the public educational system? And it's because of individuals like we have here in the balcony is making a difference in the lives of not only our children, but also in this state. So one more time, let us give them a round of applause. Our
Welcome
educators,
all of you to the State
our
House.
first responders. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Mr. Wooten's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The balcony is full, so we've got some folks walking down the stairs there today. And I'm here today with you to recognize and honor the police officers of the Midlands Lodge No. 1 for the Fraternal Order of Police and congratulate them on the celebration of the Lodge's 50th anniversary. So in the balcony with Representative Bailey today is President Dale Jones, Vice President Chuck Hamrick, Secretary Gary Altman, Chaplain Chris Brewer, also 50-year members Melda Scott, W.T. Scruggs, Bill McKenzie, and Mark Tita. I think there's a few others back there that I don't have, but I stand before you today. We reference law enforcement so many times in these chambers, and we talk about the people that protect us, and I've said it every time I've been up here, that we can have great schools, we can have great roads, we can have lower taxes, but if we're not safe, none of that stuff matters. We appreciate you, and not only you, but you helping protect and represent the people that keep us safe every day and night. So ladies and gentlemen, if you could help me welcome these folks to the State House today.
Welcome our friends from the FOP. Thank you for your work. We appreciate what you do. Mr. Harris. Ms. Wetmore. Mr. Bond. Ms. Gillum is recognized for an announcement. Ms.
Thank you,
Gillum.
Mr. Speaker. Just remind everybody, tomorrow, if you get the opportunity, from about 8:30 tomorrow morning, the South Carolina Virtual Charter Schools will have a classroom set up where you can go in and see how they operate in 429 in the block building. Room 429 in the block building from 8:30 probably to about 1 or so tomorrow afternoon. That'll be tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gillum. That's tomorrow in the block building. Mr. Bone is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the Greenville delegation or any members of the Family Caucus would like to join us, we'd love to have you. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, As you know, today is Diabetes Under the Dome, and it is my pleasure to introduce you to Lila Grace Flowers. She looked far over here to the left in the front row. At just 8 years old, Lila Grace has shown remarkable courage. For 4 years, she has faced type 1 diabetes with a calm strength that radiates from her, a strength grounded in her faith. Through device changes, careful diet management, daily finger pricks, she meets each challenge with quiet bravery, trusting God to carry her through. Her resilience is steady and unwavering, reflecting a peace that comes from above. Lila Grace lives boldly and beautifully, leaning on the Lord's strength every step of the way. Welcome to the State House. We're so glad you're here. Welcome her with me.
Miss Lila Grace Flowers, welcome to the State House. Mr. Brewer is recognized. Mr. Brewer's spokesmodel, Mr. Hager, is recognized.
As the resident engineer in the House, I'm glad to introduce our professional engineers of South Carolina today. Are they up there? Please stand up. Thank you, thank you. I'm the one and only electrical engineer here in the State House, so I'm glad to recognize our other engineers. Today we're proud to recognize professional engineers who live and work in the great state of South Carolina. Across our state, thousands of engineers serve in construction, education, government, industry, private practice. They're problem solvers, innovators, and trusted professionals dedicated to strengthening South Carolina's future. For that reason, the House of Representatives declares Wednesday, Friday the 25th, 2026 as Professional Engineer Day in South Carolina. We encourage all citizens to honor the many contributions of our engineering community, and I'm glad to be one of you. We are pleased to have representatives from American Council of Engineering Companies of South Carolina and the South Carolina Society of Professional Engineers and other engineers groups with us today in the balcony. Thank you for being here, and thank you for what you do for our great state.
Let's welcome our professional engineers to the State House. Glad to have you here today. Thanks a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, if you please take your seats. If you have conversations, if you would take them outside. Representative Travis Moore has a very, very special introduction. Please, Mr. Moore, let's give him just a second. Let the members take their seats. Ms. Wetmore, Ms. Whitmire, please enjoy taking your seat. Take the conversations outside, please. All engineers in the House floor, please sit now.
Yeah, you can have different ones.
Mr. Travis Moore is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, it's an honor. I'd ask you to please give a warm welcome to our guests today from the South Carolina School for the Deaf and Blind. Our visitors from the school include student performers, parents, representatives of the school's Board of Commissioners, faculty, and staff. I'd like to introduce the school's president, Jolene Madison, ma'am, if you would please stand. The South Carolina School for the Deaf and Blind serves our entire state through its campus in Spartanburg and outreach services across the entire state. We have a special treat in store this morning provided by a talented group of student performers from the school. This group will perform two selections. First, they'll perform America, the Land I Love by Douglas Wagner, Catherine Bates, and Samuel Ward to celebrate America's 250th birthday. Then they'll perform Give Me Wings by John Rutter. The students are directed by Dr. Carrie Page and Chris Turner. The school's fine arts director, Dr. Josh Padgett. The South Carolina School for the Deaf and Blind has been designated as a certified arts and basic curriculum school with support from the South Carolina Arts Commission. After the performance, the students would like to invite any representatives from their home counties to join them for photos on the State House steps. The following counties have students represented here today as performers: Aiken, Spartanburg, Lawrence, Orangeburg, Darlington, Florence, Lexington, and Anderson. So please welcome these students and teachers here today to the State House. Great.
Welcome to State House. Thank you for that beautiful presentation, and welcome to State House. We're honored to have you here today. Mr. Hyatt. Ms. Wetmore is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am delighted. If anybody from my beach communities is in the chamber and would like to join me, I am delighted to share that the South Carolina Beach Advocates Organization is here today. As many of you know, our beaches are one of the absolute gems of our tourism industry, which is one of our largest industries here in South Carolina. If the folks from the Beach Advocates will stand, I'd be delighted to recognize you. We are joined today by the chair, Mayor Philip Pounds of Isle of Palms, the vice chair, Mayor Crawford Moore of Edisto Beach, the treasurer, Janet Curry from the city of Myrtle Beach, and then other members of the board include Pat O'Neill from the town of Sullivan's Island, Mayor Baldwin from the city of Myrtle Beach, Mayor Bazell from the city of Folly Beach, and Ms. Newquist from the town of Pawleys Island. Please join me in welcoming them.
Welcome to the State House. Thank you for being here today. We appreciate it very much. Enjoy your stay. Representative Hickson is recognized for quite a large group of folks here.
I would ask everybody to join me who have a FFA group in their area or here today. We have so many of them, I don't know if they can all fit in the balcony, but we're honored to have them here with us today. So are there any FFA members in the balcony? Please stand. Huh? All right, so we're going to turn the sound up where they can hear us outside. So, but thank you all for standing here with us. We got some coming in. Mr. Speaker, if you'll give me just a second, okay, well.
Keep talking, they'll keep moving.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for standing up here with us, because we're very fortunate to have the FFA chapters from all over the state up here with us today. And I'm joined by my fellow House members to welcome y'all. And so it's always an honor to have the FFA here, knowing that y'all are doing the work for the farmers and agriculture in your high schools. I met with a bunch of them today in my office. We're going to Clemson. We're going to all kinds of schools to study agriculture. So it's an honor to have you with us. And if you're with the FFA, continue to stand up. All right? Anyway, so we're very glad to have you today. We're doing all the FFA at one time. So it's a new thing. The Speaker wanted us to do it this way because there's so many FFA groups visiting us today, we would be here all day. So, but we want to do it at one time. And so us House members welcoming you all for the FFA to the South Carolina House Representatives. Thank you for being with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, FFA, for all y'all do. Proud of all you young people and your leaders. And thank you for being here today. And it's always good to see the blue coats here. Thank y'all for being here. I think Representative Harris is recognized for his folks that are in the balcony. House, come to order. Hold on a second, Representative Harris. Let's clear out a little bit. Everybody come to order. Take the Chairman Hickson. Representative Harris, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today in the balcony, if you all would stand, I'm joined by the District 5 former and current teachers, They are here for their Hill Day, which is being sponsored by the South Carolina Teachers Association. Mr. Craig King's with them. We appreciate that. The Spartanburg District 5 Teacher Forum is composed of current and former teachers of the year in Spartanburg District 5. So we got the best of the best here, huh? The mission of Spartanburg District 5 schools is to prepare students to thrive in a global society by providing exceptional educational experiences in a safe, caring, and inclusive environment. They're visiting the South Carolina State House today for their Legislative Hill Day, again, sponsored by the Palmetto State Teachers Association. I appreciate y'all spending time with me and Miss Edgerton here, telling me about some of the struggles you're going through and what it's like in the classroom, and getting time for us to share about what we do here. Appreciate that very much. Thank you for coming. Everybody would please give them a warm welcome to the State House today. Thank you.
Welcome to the State House. Thank you for working with our young people on a daily basis. We appreciate what you do. Enjoy your visit here today. Representative Pope is recognized for the next introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt. If I could have York County delegation, and I guess the Tri-County, maybe Chester and Lancaster. And I got a York County Skills USA folks with us today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we're proud to recognize an extraordinary group of students and leaders from York Technical College who have brought national distinction to the state of South Carolina through their work with Skills USA. At the 2025 Skills USA National Leadership and Skills Conference, York Tech earned not one, but 2 national championship titles in Nursing Assisting and Career Pathways IET. These students competed against the very best in the nation and brought home gold medals, marking the college's 3rd consecutive year earning national champion status. Skills USA is more than a competition. It represents workforce excellence, leadership, and the future of skilled trades and technical education in our state. These students exemplify discipline, professionalism, and a commitment to serving South Carolina's workforce needs. To the students in the balcony today, we're incredibly proud of you. You represent the very best of York Technical College and the bright future of our state. Please join me in welcoming and congratulating the York Technical College Skills USA National Championship.
Congratulations. Job well done. Congratulations. Keep up the good work. We're glad to have you in the State House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the members, if our friends from York Tech would go in the lobby, and the members could go out and spend some time with them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative, Representative Schuessler, she ready for her introduction? Sergeant, could you find Representative Schuessler, please? Representative Sanders, while we wait, you want to go ahead and do your introduction? Representative Sanders is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome the charter school ambassadors from the Institute at Erskine who are here in the house today. I had the privilege of meeting with them this morning, and that's a group of student leaders from Institute schools across the state who are nominated by their principals to represent charter schools and the school choice movement on a statewide and national level, and I would just like to personally welcome them to the State House. Thank you.
Welcome to the State House. Thank you for being here today. We appreciate you being here today. Were we able to locate Representative Schuessler? Okay, all right, we'll get back to her. Just a quick note, we have a special member of the Speaker's staff that's celebrating a birthday, Angelica. Happy birthday. She's sitting over here. Let's wish Angelica a happy birthday. Representative Dillard has Black History Month. Representative Dillard. Yeah, come on. Representative Bernstein, before we get to that. Representative Bernstein, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, this kind of goes hand in hand with Black Heritage Month. And so this is in recognition of the Rosenwald schools. And the reason I'm standing here is Rosenwald, the benefactor, was Jewish. So I think it's important to make that connection between the African American community and the Jewish community. Let me tell the Chamber a little bit about Rosenwald schools if you don't know. It was a transformative initiative in the early 1900s during the Jim Crow era that built 5,000 schools for African American children across 15 southern states, including South Carolina. And it's because those students were not afforded the same type of education that other white students were. They were being denied access to quality education. So it was funded by Julius Rosenwald, a Jewish American philanthropist and part owner of Sears Roebuck and Company, and designed by Booker T. Washington's Tuskegee Institute. Thank you. There were 486 Rosenwald schools built in South Carolina, and at least one in every county. And over 1/3 of African American students in the South attended a Rosenwald school in the first half of the 20th century. And today, I'm excited to welcome in all of us, and I might turn it over if Gilda wants to say a couple words, or if Annie, as the chair of the Black Caucus, but we have some Rosenwald alumni and advocates from around the state to the State House in recognition of the Rosenwald School Day, which by resolution will be on February 28th, 2026. We do have, and I'm going to let either one of them speak. Okay, and these are the folks who are here.
Representative Cobb Hunter is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want y'all to know that the Speaker had to think about whether he wanted to recognize me or not. As Representative Bernstein said, the Rosenwald schools was the idea about Julius Rosenwald and Booker T. Washington. She's already given you the history, but you need to know that these schools are all across South Carolina. Some of you who may not know that you have a Rosenwald school, and for that reason, and Rep. Bernstein has them, I want to call out the names of this. And before I do that, Mr. Speaker and members, really want to recognize Wigolia. That is the organization that has come together to make sure that the history of these schools is kept. For all of you who are into history and preservation and all of that, please know that there are communities across the state where these schools are in various stages of repair or disrepair. I am proud to say that in District 95 in St. George, we have a Rosenwald school, the St. George Rosenwald School, that just recently underwent renovations and has really become the hub for that community there. We've got in the balcony, Mr. Speaker and members, representatives from Rigolia, Earth Designs, University of South Carolina, and as I call, if you would stand, St. George Rosenwald School, Lincolnville Preservation and Historical Society, Hope Rosenwald School, Great Branch Rosenwald Teacherage, Pine Grove Rosenwald School, Mount Zion Rosenwald School, Chapman Grove Community Club, and they're also joined by the Conservation Voters of South Carolina who have done a yeoman's job and making sure that this history is not only nurtured, but remembered and kept alive. And so, Mr. Speaker and members, what we want you to appreciate with this fine group of people here today is that this is indeed a part of South Carolina's heritage, born in the day when people who look like me and some of us up here had absolutely no chance of being educated. And thanks to one of the founders of Sears Roebuck, y'all, I don't know, maybe y'all didn't order from the Sears Roebuck catalog, but in our household down in South Florida, it was a big day when the Sears catalog came. And so just want to make the connection, Mr. Speaker and members, and say a real special thank you to those of the people, of those folk who are up there in the balcony. We appreciate all that y'all have done. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the challenge to those of us who are blessed and highly favored enough to represent this group of people, we want to challenge members to go back to their community and find out if they have a Rosenwald school or if there's one in proximity. So thank y'all for being here. Thank you for the work you're doing, continuing to do in preserving our history. Thank you so much. And Mr. Speaker, I hope you will join all of us standing here and wishing all of these fine people up here Godspeed and a great thank you for the work that you are doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, welcome to the State House. Thank you for being here. I think Representative McDaniel wishes to say a word too. Representative McDaniel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the chair of the Legislative Black Caucus, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't also, as the Black Caucus during Black History Month, acknowledge the Rosenwald schools and also acknowledge the relationship between the Jewish and the African American, because when Rosenwald made that decision, it was because of the anti-Semitism that he had experienced. And I'm told, because I wasn't living during that time, that he wanted the schools named after Booker T. Washington, but decided not to because Booker T. Washington didn't want to, because you know at certain times, and we experience that today, that sometimes things have to go in the name of someone else in order for them to be brought to fruition. So we want to say thank you all. We know that there was a little money put in the state budget. We hope you're taking advantage of that and preserving those schools. I went back and found that we had 2 in my district, but they've been modernized where you can't see the structure from the Rosenwald that was there. But I am so proud in doing my research and realizing what you all did for education in this great state, and hopefully we will continue to build in spite of some things that we've done so that everyone can take advantage of education as a great equalizer. So thank you all for being here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for what you do. Thank you very much. And Ms. Dillard, while you have most of the Legislative Black Caucus, I'll just let you go ahead and do your part now. I think most of them are already up here, so we'll just go ahead and continue on.
Come on back. Welcome back.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's so appropriate that the Rosenwald schools went before.
Excuse me, Ms. Dillard. Excuse me, Ms. Dillard. House will come to order. House will come to order. Let Ms. Dillard show her your respect, please. Okay. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's so appropriate that the Rosenwald schools came before my presentation because we're going to continue with education. And today I wanted to lift up and highlight and honor the Greenville 8, which are on our screens for all to see. On July 16, 1960, 7 Black high school students and a college student entered the Greenville County Public Library in South Carolina. As they quietly read books and magazines, the librarian called the police, who arrived and arrested the students. The 8 were Marguerite C. Wright Crosby, Joan Madison Daniel, Benjamin Downs, Elaine Means, Doris Wright, Hattie Smith Wright, Willie Joe Wright, and Jesse Jackson was the college freshman. They were taken to jail and subsequently became known as the Greenville Eight. The act of civil disobedience was not the first to occur at the Greenville County Public Library. 4 months earlier, on March 1st, 1960, 20 black high school students attempted to desegregate the library, but were stopped when officials closed the library for the day. But according to Joan Madison Daniel, who was a part of that Greenville Eight, she said Jesse Jackson was responsible for our getting together to stage the sit-in. He had come home from college in January and needed a book to write a paper. The book was not at the Colored Branch Library, which was a small one-room house on East McBee Avenue. Librarian Jeanette Smith told him it would take another 6 days to get the book that he wanted, which would have been too late because he needed to write his paper and he needed to return to school. So Jackson went to the main library to look for it. He was told he could not use that library, and that was the beginning of it. He vowed to come back in the summer when he was out of school to deal with the situation. The students had been to the library once before in the morning of July 16th, but they had left when police arrived and told them to leave or they would be locked up. The Greenville Eight did leave, but they sought counsel by the Reverend James Hall, Jr., Vice President of South Carolina NAACP. As a matter of fact, I've heard this story in Greenville, and he told them the point is to get locked up. So you're going back. So they he told them and instructed them to go back, get a book, and sit down, and they would probably be arrested, but it was okay. He said, don't fear, you'll be released. So within a few minutes, they did go back. The police arrived and arrested all 8 for disorderly conduct. Daniel says they were in jail about 15 minutes before African-American attorney Donald J. Simpson, and Hall arrived. The court released each of them on a $30 bond. Attempts to desegregate the Greenville Public Library took a more legal approach in the following months, and after public pressure mounted, the library was reopened as a desegregated facility on September 19, 1960. And my research shows that in Spartanburg and Columbia, the libraries were desegregated with little fanfare, but Greenville County Library System was the only one that opened due to legal efforts. Just this week, our mayor said, Knox White, City of Greenville, that he was grateful for the Greenville Eight because they freed Greenville to be the city that we are today. And I would have to agree with that statement. Ladies and gentlemen, the Greenville Eight. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to have these, my remarks recorded in the journal if it's
Yes,
appropriate.
ma'am, and it's so ordered. If you'll provide them to staff, please. Mr. Lastinger? Mr. Lastinger is recognized.
Okay, thank you. If there's any here with the 3M committee would like to come up and stand here, we're going to recognize this morning South Carolina Pharmacy Association.
While you're doing that, let me get you some order. There's a little buzz, and if you could speak a little closer to the microphone. Members, please take your seats. He said any 3M members that would like to step up, Mr. Lassiter, he'd be glad for you to do so. Yes, sir, you're now recognized.
I'd like to ask those in the white coats up there if they would to please stand up. These are from our university. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to the South Carolina Pharmacy Association as they visit the State House today. As the only organization representing all pharmacy professionals across the state, the South Carolina Pharmacy Association plays a critical role in advancing the profession. They are here for their day of advocacy to advocate on behalf of the pharmacy professionals and to help shape the future of our health care in our state. Joining them today are a number of the student pharmacists from the University of South Carolina. Let's welcome them this morning. Thank you.
Welcome to State House. We're honored to have you here today. We appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Herb Kirschman is recognized. Mr. Herb Kirschman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the South Carolina Bankers Association, the emerging leaders, would stand up. Please help me welcome the South Carolina Bankers Association, the Emerging Leaders Board, as well as the State Legislative Committee. These bankers represent banks of all sizes from across the state. Emerging leaders are not only the future leaders in banking, but also in our communities, which we all know. They're here today meeting with legislators to learn more about the General Assembly. Kind of pity them on that one. And also to speak about the issues that matter to the banks and their customers. So welcome, guys. Appreciate you all.
Welcome, bankers. Thank you for being here. We're honored to have you here today. Thank you. Ms. Schuessler's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce and recognize an amazing group of patient advocates. We are welcoming the Bleeding Disorder Association of South Carolina to the State House. Would y'all please stand up so we can see? And I know probably every single one of us here in the House have spoken to this organization, that they are done such an amazing job in advocacy, led by Sue Martin and Jim, and one of the first advocates that I got to meet from my district, Whitney, also. So thank you all so much. And if you've signed on to the bill, if you're one of the 116 House members that have co-sponsored the bill that they have been advocating for the last 4 years, would you please stand and help me recognize these wonderful, amazing people who have worked so hard. Welcome to the State House.
Thank you for your work. I know I see you here every year. I appreciate your hard work. And with 116, sound like we need to just vote on it, doesn't it? So thank you. We're glad to see you here today. Clerk, close polls, tabulate. Vote of one. Quorum is present, all 120 of them. Folks, we're on page 4, but clerk will read.
All right. Yes, sir. Committee reports, Education, Public Works, favorable with Amendment 5179, Erickson.
I'm ready to do master. Committee report.
We have a committee report from Judiciary favorable with Amendment 4151, Weston Newton.
Committee report.
Judiciary also reports favorably, as is 4763, Oremus, and many others.
Committee report.
Judiciary favorable, as is 5120, Cox, Garvin, Holman.
Committee report.
Judiciary favorable, as is 5121, Cox, Garvin, Holman.
Committee report.
We have a new resolution by Ms. Henderson Myers honoring the life and achievements of Dr. Sakir Yavuz.
Ms. Henderson Myers requests a roll to House. Do I hear any objection? Hear none, it's so ordered.
Ms. Henderson Myers also introduces a resolution recognizing the southern area of the Links Incorporated.
Ms. Henderson Myers requests a roll to House. Do I hear any objection? Hear none, it's so ordered. Mr. Jordan.
Jordan Pace, Northwood Academy Archery Team.
Mr. Pace requests a roll to House for the archery team. Do I hear any objection? Hear none, it's so ordered.
Herb Kurzman, a House resolution declaring the month of April as Teachers Insurance and Annuity Association.
Mr. Herb Kirschman requests a roll to House. Do I hear any objection? Hearing none, it's so ordered.
Mr. Grant honoring Kaylee Gallman.
Mr. Grant requests a roll to House. Do I hear any objection? Hear none, it's so ordered.
Merle Smith honoring the 40th anniversary of educator recruitment retention.
Mr. G. Merle Smith requests a roll to House. Do I hear any objection? Hear none, it's so ordered.
Howard Garvin declaring March 19th through 13th as Beta Club Week.
Mr. Howard and Mr. Garvin request a roll to House. Do I hear any objection? Hear none, it's so ordered.
And just two introductions that are Senate introductions. Senate 780 Gambrel, Cost Consumer Loans.
LCI.
And Senate 787 Senator Gambrel, defining bridge loans.
LCI. All right, folks, we're on page 4. It says start at the joint assembly. Do we just say that? Okay. We're at page 4. I want to call your attention. Joint assembly will occur today at 12:30 with our Honorable Dan K. Wiley from the American Legion. We have now had our special introductions recognition. We're now third reading of statewide uncontested bills. Clerk will read.
3774, J.E. Johnson, judiciary favorable as is.
Question is adoption 3774 on third reading. All in favor say aye. All opposed, the ayes have it. 3774 is adopted on third reading. Clerk will read.
4709, Mr. Yao.
Question is adoption 4709 on third reading. All in favor say aye. All opposed, Mr. Yao passes it 1-0. All right. It is adopted on third reading. Clerk will read.
Next bill, 4730, Herb Kurzman, Erickson and Wooten, LCI favorable, adopted amendment.
Question is adoption of House 4730 on third reading. All in favor say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. 4730 is adopted on third reading. Clerk will read.
4752, Wooten. LCI favorable, adopted amendment.
Question is adoption 4752 on third reading. All in favor say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. 4752 is adopted. Clerk will read.
Next bill is 5140, Colonel Ligon. LCI favorable as is.
Question is adoption 5140 on third reading. All in favor say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. 5140 is adopted. Brings us over to page 6, top of page 6. Clerk will read.
5162, Herb Kurzman, many others. LCI favorable, adopted amendment.
Question is adoption 5162 on third reading. All in favor say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. 5162 is adopted. Clerk will read.
5205, McGinnis, Erickson, and others, education and public works favorable as is.
Question is adoption 5205 on third reading. All in favor say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. 5235 is adopted as amended. That brings us top of page 7, second reading statewide uncontested bills, and clerk will read.
All right. 3530, Weston Newton, judiciary favorable, amendment number 1 is the committee report.
Mr. Pope is recognized to explain the amendment. We're on House Bill 3530. This is new language here, so you might want to pay attention. Representative Pope.
Folks, I will go through what we have on the committee report. I want to thank Chairman Newton and Chairman Jordan for the work they put into this. As you recall, we briefly touched on magistrates and the reform the Chief Justice would like to see in bringing them more in line with the entire system. We did a little bit on fines and fees last week. I'm going to kind of tell you the whole bill, and then I'll talk about the committee report and what it adjusted. House 3530 reforms the magistrate screening process, qualifications, holdover capacity, and jurisdiction. Some of you that have been here more than this term, if you recall, when we were doing judicial reform last year before, or the year before last, one of the things that came up constantly when we were dealing with JMSC and all the issues when we were having our hearings, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams cannot hear Mr. Hyatt.
House come to order. Got some members that want to hear this.
Anyway, we had time and time again issues come up with Magistrates Court. I think the new Chief Justice has taken a serious approach to it. He is working with the magistrates. As a matter of fact, the bill that we did on fines and fees was at the request of the magistrates, and you helped pass that last week. But anyway, to go through it, we're taking a look and trying to integrate our magistrate system more thoroughly into our general sessions, circuit court, common pleas system. Many of the provisions of the bill came as a result of efforts of the Judicial Selection and Retention Ad Hoc Committee that we chaired in 23 and 24. There will be a committee amendment, but in order to speak on that, I will first explain the bill. I want to thank Kate for writing down everything that's in my head. And so with that being said, JMSC screening, we actually had that, there was an amendment, I think we added this recently. This legislation would require the Senate to forward magistrate candidates to the Judicial Merit Selection Commission for JMSC to review the candidates in the same manner as other judicial candidates. JMSC will forward a report on the magistrate's candidate's qualification to the Senate and the governor prior to the governor's appointment. And no person found not qualified by JMSC may be appointed to a magistrate position. For those of you that have taken a look, we talk about the Constitution a lot in here. The Constitution sets up that the governor shall actually suggest magistrates and the Senate will confirm them. If you notice over the years, that's kind of gotten upside down. And so this looks to recognize that, but also give them screening versus just making it a local issue of qualifications where you would have inconsistencies, for example, in York County versus Lexington County versus wherever. The JMSC screening, particularly as we have tailored it moving forward, would give some help in increasing the quality of our magistrates. Second, the legislation limits a magistrate's holdover capacity to only 14 days from the expiration of the magistrate's term, and adds that any magistrate or candidate who has been reprimanded by the Supreme Court or any other disciplinary authority cannot be appointed or reappointed unless approved by a majority of the Senate. Currently, there is no limit to a magistrate's capacity to serve in a holdover status, and magistrates may serve for a lengthy time past the term for which they've been appointed without any screening, evaluation, or reappointment. Think about the clamor we've talked about judicial reform. Yeah, all we've heard is judicial reform, judicial reform. Well, it's important that we start at the level that our citizens and our constituents contact the most, which is the magistrate's level. Again, the magistrate's level is basically our people's court. Magistrate's level is treated such that a citizen can go and handle their own case if they choose to. This is going to tighten up the requirements and not allow somebody that's in there that they hadn't got around to reappointing somebody to stay there indefinitely. I recall from our hearings that was becoming a problem for accountability and a number of other reasons, and so this would end that. The third, and I think the one we'll talk about the most, is the legislation requires all magistrates to be lawyers in good standing with the South Carolina Bar. Currently, magistrates are only required to be a citizen of the United States and South Carolina and have been a resident of South Carolina for 5 years and be over 21 years of age. I'll be glad, I want to go through this, I'll be glad to share with you from personal experience while I think it is important to have your magistrates be judges. Now with that, to be lawyers. Now with that being said, we would also grandfather those that are currently serving. We have some exceptional magistrates that are not attorneys that do a tremendous job, and they would not lose their job because of this. But what the vision of the chief is, and I think our committee wholeheartedly agreed, is to try to create up the quality so that citizens can avail themselves more in the magistrate's court and have confidence in that system. The legislation also increases magistrate's court jurisdiction for the magistrate's court from $7,500 to $25,000. Again, what that would mean, we talk about access to justice. What that would mean is a citizen could take their own case without hiring an attorney up to $25,000 and go into magistrate's court if they so chose. There would be a criminal jurisdiction, but this is staged out, that the legislation would increase the magistrate's court criminal jurisdiction to offenses subject to fines or forfeitures not exceeding $25,000 or imprisonment up to a year. Currently, the magistrate's court has jurisdiction over the fines and forfeitures not exceeding $500 or 30 days imprisonment. That's why it's important for the screening, that's why it's important for the training, because just up into jurisdiction just to give citizens more access, but without properly trained magistrates, is a recipe for disaster. So the committee amendment does several different things. First, as we have established, it requires the magistrates to be attorneys. The bill grandfathers in current serving magistrates who are non-lawyers. The date in the bill as originally drafted grandfathered all magistrates who were serving on June 30th, 2025. This amendment merely updates it to June 30th, 2026. In other words, to make sure that those that are currently serving have the opportunity to be grandfathered. Second, the amendment allows for limited discovery in civil magistrate cases. Right now, it's almost a little trial by ambush when you get down to magistrate. This would allow, and discovery is basically sharing what I have on my side with your side so you can come prepared to court. The discovery would be limited to potential witness disclosures, records intended to be produced at trial, and self-authenticating medical records. And basically that would be your doctor's bills, your doctor's records to show that you did truly have the cost that perhaps you were trying to recover there in magistrate's court. Third, the amendment pushes the effective date of the increase in jurisdiction. Again, because the training and the screening are a key part to being able to increase this jurisdiction. In order to do that and increase the civil jurisdiction would not go in effect to July of 2028. The increase in criminal jurisdiction would take effect in 4 years on July 2030. Again, because until you get the training, until you get the qualifications, you really don't want to increase these levels in magistrates court based on our current system. Fourth, the amendment increases the civil jurisdiction actions where the state is a party from cases not exceeding $100 to cases not exceeding $1,500. Finally, this amendment provides a procedure for a circuit court to proceed with an appeal from magistrates court if the magistrate fails to file a return as required by law. Currently, when a party appeals a magistrate order, the magistrate must file a return. For various reasons, a magistrate may fail to file the return. This amendment merely provides a procedure for the circuit court to be able to proceed with the appeal in the absence of a magistrate's return. In other words, say you go to magistrate's court and you don't win and you want to appeal and you want to move on up to circuit court. But perhaps because of the work that the magistrate did, he never even files the paperwork, or he or she never files the paperwork for you to go on up and have your properly perfected appeal. What this is doing is trying to recognize that and make sure you have an opportunity to take the case up on appeal if needed to do so. So that is a description of both the bill overall and the amendments, and to the best of my ability, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
You have several questions. First one, Mr. Caskey's first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Pope, I appreciate taking the question. I just want to make sure, because I couldn't follow all of the amendment, does the language here match what we did a couple of weeks ago in the JMSC bill? I see Ms. Crater nodding her head vigorously. If both were to become law, we don't have a conflict issue?
Yeah. I didn't hear your last word, sir. I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure that we wouldn't have a conflict of law.
No.
We're good?
My understanding of the language you used is what was used in here, and it was in here, when it left committee or the, amendment, and I recognize you had attached that to the JMSC bill the other day, and it should coincide with that. So to the extent what we passed the other day, is workable, this would mesh with that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Representative Kirby's recognized for the next question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Pope, thank you.
Excuse me one second. Your first 10 minutes is up on amendment. You wish to be recognized?
Yes.
You're recognized for your second 10.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Pope, a number of us in this body are not attorneys. We are, and of course, we're all familiar with the magistrate system. I'm having a little difficulty understanding how in our rural communities we're going to find an attorney to take a position as a magistrate, number one. Number two, how are we going to pay them? In this legislation, is there any guidance on pay scale for magistrates?
Mr. Kirby, you must have been meeting with Chief Justice too. That was a very important point to what he had. And it ultimately, I think, is going to be a ways and means issue that we're going to have to tackle moving forward for the very reason, we had discussions, it's not in here at this point, that you almost need a base pay for magistrates. And then if another, like York County was prosperous and wanted to say, I think we're going to have to move toward that in a separate bill to address that. But I think it's going to have to occur. Ronnie Sabb and I spoke, and his concern for his districts was the same thing. And he's an attorney, how are you going to find it? We're looking too at the possibilities of not requiring residents, in other words, for your smaller counties, that you wouldn't necessarily, like if you were adjacent and you wanted to hire an attorney, this would be the the county's or the legislator's prerogative, whoever was appointing the senator's prerogative. But if you needed, like if you didn't have, like Union County, Mr. Gillum, they didn't have that many attorneys. They didn't have enough attorneys in town to do it. But that's not in this now. That was just in some of the discussions. So your point is being recognized that an issue is going to have to come to tackle this.
I guess I'm having a little difficulty understanding how we can move this legislation. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the legislation. I'm just trying to understand how we can, it's kind of like getting the cart ahead of the horse in some respects.
Ironically, or the chicken and the egg, I was thinking, and we dealt with the exact same thing. Do you up the quality so you can make a good sales pitch that you should, have increased salaries? Or do you get the money and then try to up the quality? And so I respect exactly what you're saying. In a perfect world, I'd be carrying 2 bills to you today. But that's where we are in the process at this point.
What can you kind of elucidate a little bit on the conversations in rural areas where, for instance, you've got communities that may not even have but maybe one attorney or one attorney practice working or whatnot? How do you envision being able to fill these slots? And I know that you've allowed the existing seats to be held until such point in time as they retire. But what do we do after that? It seems to be a Band-Aid at best because it doesn't address the real issue of lack of ability to fill these positions with attorneys, if that's what the requirement's going to be.
Yeah, and I tell you, we kind of worked or thought about some different things, and the thing we have to be careful of is making sure Lake City can get the same share of justice as York County can.
Right.
And that was the difficulty. For example, we even talked about, sometimes on your master in equity, you have different tiers, so to speak, based on population and things like that. And we had talked about that. But again, the concern is, and we even talked about the jurisdiction, the concern, you don't raise jurisdiction till you have this kind of cleaned up and the training cleaned up. And the concern is that, say, you weren't in a position to afford it, so your people couldn't get the same justice in York County. And I know that's not what you're saying. I'm saying, so that your point there is taken. I think we've got to have competitive salaries. The truth is the bill we passed the other day on fines fees was a drop in the bucket, but we did make sure it went back to the counties, but they had to spend it on magistrates, now whether that was staff or whatever. And so to use what I talked with Chief Justice about, we're turning around a battleship, but your point is not unreasonable, and I think it's something that we're going to have to work on and work through. But if we want to have a consistent quality of magistrates, which I think everybody is clamoring for, then this is one of the birth steps to get there.
How many, you'd mentioned also earlier in your explanation, currently how many magistrates that are actually seated at this point in time have actually been censured?
I don't know that it may be private censures. Let me check and see if I can get.
Thank you.
Much like they do with our other judge, it may be that it's available but confidential as to name, but I know that's not what you're asking. You're not asking did Tommy get censured, Magistrate Pope get censured, whatever. She's going to try to find out. We'll probably have to get that from the Supreme Court, but I don't know the answer to that.
I mean, do you anticipate it to be a significant number or maybe one or?
I think and again, I could be easily proven wrong, when we can get the information, but my impression has been, because what happens, the Chief Justice and the courts deal with it, Mr. Kirby, from the top down, and again, I don't want to put words in the Chief Justice's mouth, but they have had consistent problems. She says 36 with 80 county and municipal judges included.
36 statewide, is it?
Yes.
In the past year, is that the idea?
And over the years, it sounds like 2025, so
okay,
20 years.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. That's helpful.
The other thing that came up, and again, I'm choosing. I know the chief has been working with the chief magistrates and trying to get a feel for them, and it was concerning. I'm sharing this anecdotally, but one had indicated they didn't understand some basic rulings that an attorney would in court, like overruled or sustained or things like that. And obviously that's concerning if you're into court making objections. So it kind of takes us back to the quality need to be up. You know.
And all of these magistrates' positions are considered full-time jobs?
I do not believe so. I do not believe so. I know back home, for example, we've got some that do bond court. Now, the caseload-wise is turning them into full-time jobs, but I don't believe, and again, I can stand corrected, I believe some still, you know, in smaller jurisdictions too, you still have part-time magistrates too.
So I guess the where my mind takes me on this, if we're going to have attorneys who are now magistrates, why would the penalty or you know these limits we're setting, $25,000 or whatnot? I assume that the idea is to take some of the burden of the court and distribute it to this magistrate system as best we can to try to clear up the courts. Am I right in that assumption?
I think my concern with that, I don't know, you know, I always said as solicitor, you know, the backlog case is like sand off the beach. You know, you dig one and then it fills in, and you dig one. And so we've got to be careful not to break the back of the magistrate's court system. What I envisioned more, and again, I'm not the author, but I'm saying in the discussions, was a cleaner, simpler way for citizens to avail themselves to the courts. You know, like right now, magistrate's level goes to $7,500. Somebody comes to my office and I'll say, you really don't want to hire me because you're going to have to give me a part of it and you're not going to be made whole. Well, if you move it up, one, they can go do it themselves. I always laugh. I said, don't tell my law partners, but I'm going to tell you how you can do it by yourself. You know, it's almost like people's court. But the problem I've seen in magistrate's court, and I saw this back when I was a law enforcement officer, if the only attorney in the room is the one for the guy you're against, and the judge isn't an attorney, and you're representing it yourself, that's where the problem starts. Not to go too far off the deep end, but if the only attorney in the room is the one that appointed the non-attorney, and he's the only lawyer in the room, or she's the only lawyer in the room, then you can see how it blocks the access for justice to the citizens. So going back, you know, would there be some pull? But I don't think it's an answer to decreasing the backlog in civil courts, criminal courts up top. It would just allow more citizens more rapid access to justice, I believe.
Not to belabor the point, has there been any other discussion about how we could potentially supply attorney magistrates to these rural areas that don't have them?
I think there's been.
Excuse me, Mr. Pope, your 20 minutes is up on the amendment. Your time's up. Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Well, we had a list of people who wanted to ask questions, but we didn't get to them. Sorry. I've got a motion. I'm holding it till I see if anybody else wants to speak on the amendment. Yes, we have more amendments, yes. Hold on. Mr. Hart, do you wish to speak on this amendment? Well, he'd have to wait till we get on the bill. He's used his 20 minutes on the amendment, so he's going to have to wait till we get back on the bill. Mr. Hart is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really just had some questions and concerns, and I'm teetering on, I think we do need an overhaul of our magistrate system, and I'm in support of that. I want to go back to what Representative Kirby was saying, and I had some other conversations, which I think is very important, is that if you're in a smaller county where there's only 1, 2, 10 attorneys, you're going to have to draw attorneys from other counties to come and travel into that particular county. So if you're in Lawrence, or you're in Dillon, or you're in Abbeville County, for instance, you're not going to be able to draw from a pool of attorneys to come and be a magistrate in Abbeville. So I mean, are there any provisions? I didn't see any provisions in the bill for that. That's one issue. And I just had some questions, but we ran out of time, so I had to come up and raise these questions, which I think we got to answer. The second thing is that, so here's what happens now currently. In magistrate court, in civil, the jurisdiction amount is $7,500, right? And there's no discovery. So what discovery means in legal terms, there's no exchange of information, there's no exchange of documents in magistrate court. That's intentional. Here's the reason why you don't have the exchange of documents and information in magistrate court. Because otherwise, if you did, there would be discovery abuse and gamemanship, legal game, and it would logjam and choke point the magistrate system. Because that's what happens in circuit court. Now, here's the interesting thing. It doesn't happen in federal court because our federal rules are a lot more stringent than our circuit court and state court rules. So the other question I was going to ask Mr. Pope is, he sort of answered it when he talked about, and he said, okay, it will be limited to medical records and authentication of records. I think that's going to be an issue for us in magistrate court. I think if we're going to up the jurisdictional amount to $25,000, we should keep discovery out of it altogether. If we don't keep discovery out of altogether, again, the exchange of information and documents, we're going to go and recreate in the magistrate system what we currently have in the circuit court system. So here's the other question that I was going to ask Mr. Speaker Pro Tem Pope. Is it concurrent? If we up the jurisdiction amount from $75,000 to $25,000, is that concurrent with circuit court? And here's why I ask you that. Does magistrate court have exclusive jurisdiction, which means if your case is from $0 to $25,000, from $1 to $25,000, is it exclusive to magistrate court? Here's why that's important. If it's concurrent, what happens is you will have defense attorneys who will then in return, because there's no exchange of information or because there's limited exchange of information, they will remove the case out of magistrate court into circuit court. Again, it goes back to that gamemanship, and I didn't see any provisions in the bill that answers or addresses that issue. Here's the other issue concern that I was going to ask Mr. Pope about the appellate issue. Right now, currently, if you have a ruling in magistrate court, you can appeal to the circuit court. And I couldn't get clarification from Mr. Pope what he was saying about the appellate issue and how that changes, because you can currently do it now. So, and again, I just want to get some understanding on some of these issues. That was, let me see, what was the other issue I wrote down? The holdovers. So right now, we're in a process where we're trying to give the governor autonomy over the appointment of our judges. Mr. Pope mentioned something that was very important about the holdover status, that we currently have the holdover status from the governor's office not appointing magistrates, and what happens is you have that holdover status, you can't reappoint, or someone's in a position and they shouldn't be in a position. It just creates some issues, and those are just things that I wanted clarification on about how we're going to address that, and I'll take any questions, Mr. Speaker.
I think Mr. Williams has the first question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be real brief in my questioning, but Representative Hart, you one of those high, powerful lawyers that are here in South Carolina, right?
I am. Yes, I am.
He owned it, Mr. Williams. You put it out there. He owned it.
Along with your friend Todd Rutherford and a couple others in here.
Yeah, he's second to me, but yes, he is also.
All right, we're great. Well, a couple questions. A couple questions I just want to kind of throw at you in reference to magic. One of the things I just want to say that I'm totally against magistrates being lawyers. You know that, right? How many lawyers do you think we have in this General Assembly?
Including the Senate, I think we might have close to I don't know. Be honest with you, I don't know. I'm going to surmise and say maybe 40, close to 40, 30-something, 37, maybe 40.
Okay, to solve one of the rural areas issues, do you think the lawyers that are sitting here would take a pro bono and serve some of these rural areas for magistrate?
Well, we're doing pro bono work now, Mr. Williams. We've been doing pro bono work for the last 8 months. If you want to mention some pro bono work. But I went off on a slight tangent. Let me bring myself back up. But I'm not sure what, I understand what you're saying. I think we do need, here's what you're talking about. We have to address the pay scale. I can tell you, if I became a magistrate, I might as well just go live at the homeless shelter. I can't afford to be a magistrate. I just can't do it. But
you profile, you high profile, you can't do that.
In essence, we got to figure out that pay scale for the attorneys who are going to be magistrates, if we're going to require it, because it has to be a livable wage. It's going to have to be something to incentivize folks to become a magistrate. So it depends. I don't know. We couldn't get any clarification on it. Maybe when we get on the bill, the sponsors of the bill can explain about the pay scale and how that's going to work, if we're going to require magistrates to be attorneys. I think you're in Darlington County, which is a smaller county. I think you have, what other counties you have? Florence County. Florence is a little larger, so you'll have a larger pool of attorneys. But Darlington County, you're going to have a smaller county. So, and I hear that I think it's time for us to wrap this up. We have some special guests coming.
Okay, well.
But Mr. William, you're right on point about the pay scale if we're going to require magistrates to become attorneys.
Yeah, all right. Well, thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
For a point of clarification, Mr. Hart, the joint assembly is at 12:30, not 12 o'clock.
Oh, okay, so we got, okay.
Ms. Cobb-Hunter, you're recognized for a question.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Hart, I wanted to ask Mr. Pope this. I hear we're doing an overhaul of the magistrate system. Is there any language in there which gives the House some kind of input into magistrates and appointing magistrates?
That's a good question. And for those, Ms. Cobb-Hunter asked about the authority of the House to appoint. I did not see any. I know currently we do not have any authority to appoint the magistrate, which I think we should, but right now I know it's strictly between the Senate and the governor. And to answer your question, I did not see anything that also allows us to have input.
Well, let me ask you this, if I may, since we're waiting on the American Legion people. I was about to say labor, but I guess American Legion is a kind of labor. But Mr. Hart, don't you think, since we're talking about overhaul and, qualifications, and I agree with Mr. Kirby, I'm thinking of small counties like Allendale, for example, or Bamberg, and I know my delegation member probably don't want to hear this. I'm not sure how many lawyers are in Bamberg County, but it just seems to me that if we're going to make a major change in how we are electing and appointing magistrates, there ought to at least be a conversation about the House having some input, wouldn't you think?
I agree, because what you just mentioned led me to think while you were speaking is that we currently in the House, we have input on the Supreme Court,
yes, sir,
appellate court,
all of
circuit court, and family court.
And administrative law court.
And administrative law court. So I think it would be appropriate. That's a good point that you mentioned. I didn't think about that. Is to ask
Mr.
why
Hart,
we don't have.
Mr. Hart, let me interrupt you for a minute. Your first 10 minutes on the amendments up, and the time in the uncontested counter has expired. Mr. Forrest moves that we recur to the morning hour. We're back to amendment number 1, and you're recognized if you wish to have your second 10. Do you wish to have your second 10?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
You are recognized, and Ms. Cobb-Hunter, do you wish to have more questions?
Is there anybody else in line, Mr. Speaker? Because I don't want to.
There are
okay,
some more
I have
people
no
in
more
line.
questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Coach Hayes is recognized for the next one.
But and I'm coming to you, Coach Hayes. But what I don't want to do with this bill is have some unintended consequences that we are not looking forward to and that we're not anticipating in creating another system that we're trying to get out of. Remember, the magistrate court system is almost like the first line of defense for folks who really can't afford attorneys, folks who have small claims. And if we over-convolute this thing, it's really going to have the opposite effect of helping folks out, especially poor, low-income people. Coach Hayes, yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hart, Representative Pope kind of alluded to it. Do we have a funding mechanism for this in place?
That I don't know. That's a very good question. Again, it goes back to what Mr. Williams was speaking about, is how are you going to fund, if we're going to require folks to be lawyers, how are you going to fund those, what we call them, what is it, ETF?
Right.
Those full-time employees, FTEs, I had it backwards.
That's correct.
How are we going to fund that? And as you know, again, let me go, I'm coming to you, I'm coming a long ways around to your question. If I remember correctly, we don't fund the magistrate systems. The magistrate system is funded through the county, is that correct?
That is correct.
So we're going to send an unfunded mandate to the county to say, look, it is required for magistrates to be lawyers, and now you as the county are required to fund them. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Well, and that's the point that I wanted to get to. You know, these counties are very limited in things that they can do. And the other thing, too, is small counties like Dillon, very few lawyers. Very few lawyers there, too. And sometimes I question, too, is an attorney going to go out at 2 a.m. in the morning on Saturday on the weekend and, you know, where they can get a search warrant? Those are some things I don't think that maybe we have thought of in the past. It's a more complicated process than we think. But my main thing is I want somebody to explain to me how we're going to fund them. You know, if I can see a way how we're going to fund them, I might can move forward.
And Coach Hayes, what you just mentioned is a real world scenario that I've also encountered as a practicing attorney, that I've went back and I've reviewed. What Coach Hayes just mentioned is getting search warrants. So what happens is if you have a DUI, great bodily injury, or a DUI death case where someone's drunk driving and they seriously injure someone or they kill someone in an accident, if they refuse the BA, they refuse to blow, if they refuse to do any field sobriety tests, that officer, law enforcement officer, is now compelled at 2 a.m., as Coach Hayes just mentioned, to go get a search warrant from a magistrate or a municipal court judge. Most of the times, it's going to be a magistrate judge. So at 2 a.m., they have to go and find that magistrate, get the search warrant to take the defendant or the person who's arrested to the hospital, get the blood draw. That takes time. So you're asked, that is a very real world situation that you're mentioning, Coach Hayes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hart.
Mr. Weeks, you still have a question. Mr. Weeks is recognized.
Mr. Hart, one of the things that I wanted to ask Mr. Pope deals with the issue of jurisdiction as it relates to magistrates and municipal court judges, and whether or not those two would be synonymous with each other under this bill. In my county, we have municipal court judges.
Speak up just a little bit, Mr. Weeks.
Would you hold your microphone up a little bit closer there so we can hear you?
Is that any better?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Hart, one of the concerns that I had that I was going to ask for clarification from Mr. Pope deals with the issue of jurisdiction as it relates to the appointment of city court judges and magistrate judges. In my county, all magistrates do not have city court jurisdiction. And that goes, of course, to the funding part of this thing, because the city provides some additional compensation, I guess, to any magistrate who also serves as a municipal court judge. Do you have any idea whether any of that is being addressed in this bill, or can you give me any kind of thoughts on that?
I cannot, because I haven't seen the issue that you just mentioned, and what Representative Weeks mentioned is still a very real concern. Same thing here in Richland County, in the city of Columbia. So in the city of Columbia, the municipal judges are appointed by city council, and they're approved by city council. The magistrate judges are appointed by the senators and approved by the governor. That's right. So the city, now, it gets even more trickier here. City council judges are paid out of city government funds. Magistrates in Richland County are appointed by state senators, but funded by Richland County government. So it's tricky, Mr. Weeks, what you just mentioned. That's a very good point about whether it addresses the city court, municipal court judges, and the magistrates court. To answer your question, I don't know.
I'm sure Mr. Pope has probably got an answer, but I didn't get a chance to ask him because time ran out, and he may ultimately get back and address that.
And I thank you, Mr. Weeks. I think you're much like me. I'm in support of overhauling this magistrate system. I think it's some questions and clarification that we all want to get some answers for, especially for our rural constituents and rural lawmakers so they can properly represent their constituents.
Of course, the other question that I had, Mr. Hart, dealt with the whole issue of discovery and how that plays into the revised system. Should we adopt this? Mr. Pope is going to come and give me all my answers right now, but that was a concern that I had
that
also.
goes back to what I mentioned earlier about the concurrent jurisdiction. If we go to 25,000, is it going to be concurrent with circuit court? And will attorneys be able to remove from magistrate court to circuit court? And what are the conditions? Because see, right now, if you're in circuit court and you want to remove to federal court, and a lot of that is gamemanship. The removal docket and the remand, that's a lot of gamemanship that goes on, but under the federal statute, in the federal constitution, there are very strict limitations to be able to remove a case to federal court. What are the restrictions or what are the guidelines for removing, if you can, from magistrate court to circuit court? We don't know. Those are questions that I think we got to get answers to.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Those are my concerns, and perhaps I'll get my questions addressed by Mr. Pope.
Mr. Forrest is recognized. You good? Okay. Mr. Luck is recognized. Mr. Luck says no. Any other questions? Representative Robbie Robbins is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Hart, I am hopeful that I can get your autograph after we get done with the questions.
Thank you. I sign them every day after we leave, so I'll be happy to accommodate you, sir.
And I know you've got a statewide practice, but did you know that the county seat for Dorchester County was in St. George?
I did not. No, sir, I didn't.
It is, and do you know how many lawyers are practicing in St. George these days?
No, I don't. Please.
Would it interest you to know that there's only one lawyer practicing in the town of St. George right now?
Oh, wow.
Similar to the concerns that Representative Bamberg has expressed about the ability to fulfill this requirement. Would it make more sense to have the same discussion with this topic that we're having with DOT, and that is to allow the counties who can afford to have full-time magistrates as lawyers, and the counties that can't can still use lay magistrates? Would that make sense to you?
I'm not sure. Basically, what you're telling me is what you're telling me makes sense about the concerns. Yes, that one lawyer in the town of St. George, that is a concern. Yes,
and I think you can go all around the rural parts of the state and see the same thing playing out. And St. George is now probably, I would say, a 45-minute ride on a good day from the lower end of the county where all the lawyers are. So I see that as being problematic to mandate that in the St. George courts. But there's certainly counties where it can be done. I would imagine that Greenville County could probably afford to have all their magistrates as lawyers. Some of the other rural counties, probably not, but I just throw that out there to you as you continue to discuss this bill. Thank you, sir.
I think Greenville, Richland, and Charleston are probably the three, and even Horry County. I think Horry County also. Beaufort County probably, more than likely, can
Mr. Hart, I
be able to do that.
hate to inform you, but your second 10 minutes on this amendment is up. You too much of a high-profile lawyer to take your third, according to Mr. Williams. Mr. Pope, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Hart would have his third, but he asked too many questions, so we're going to have to adjust the bill a little bit. I start to say, Your Honor. Your Honor, there's been a lot of questions that have arisen that I wasn't in a position to answer, and they need to be answered. I've consulted with the court and asked that they review the video so we could answer. You know, I was telling Mr. Weeks, Mr. Hart's questions, whatever. I'd move that we adjourn debate on this bill at this time.
Mr. Pope moves to adjourn debate. All in favor say aye. All opposed no, and the ayes have it. Debate is adjourned. Mr. Rose and former Representative, now Senator Ott, have an announcement. Is he still here, Mr. Rose?
I believe Senator Ott is going to be making his way upstairs. Could I please have the Logan Wells and her fellow youths please stand with Fresh Friends? Yeah, Fresh Friends. Fellow members of the House, in the balcony, we have Logan Wells. We also have some other youth that make up a 501c3 called Fresh Friends. Miss Wells, who is a very impressive young lady, is a junior at Heathwood High School, and she asked herself, how can we get more youth involved in community service? And she came up with the concept of Fresh Friends, which she's now developed into a 501c3. She has been able to partner with organizations such as the Salvation Army and Harvest Hope. And the concept is, how do we not only do community service, but make friends with the youth? How do we have fellowship and camaraderie and develop relationships by serving our community? And she has joined with other future leaders in South Carolina, other youth who have helped with volunteering their time and services with community service with Fresh Friends. Together, they have done over 300 hours of community service since this inception of Fresh Friends in 2024. I think it's safe to say these are our future leaders. I want to say thank you to them for what they're doing. And this is a wonderful organization that really needs to spread, and it's bringing a lot of good to our community. So with that, let's give a warm house welcome to Logan Wells and her fellow youth that are making up the Fresh Friends and making a difference in our community here in South Carolina.
Welcome to the State House. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you very much for all you do. Good to see you, Senator. All right, we are now in withdrawals, objections, requests for debate. Are there any withdrawals, objection, requests for debate? Seeing none, any unanimous consent request? Seeing none, we will now stand at ease and waiting to, you can. Yeah, Representative Forrest, go ahead. Representative Forrest is recognized for an announcement. And then we have a couple of things we need to clear up. Representative Forrest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind all the members that tonight the Natural Resources Reception hosted by the SCDNR is from 6 to 8 p.m. And just as a reminder, everybody's used to going to the National Guard Armory every year, and this year the event has been changed to the South Carolina State Guard Armory on Granby Lane. This should be in your calendar. Just a reminder, everybody show up, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Forrest. The chair appoints for the escort committee for the National Commander of the American Legion Representative Gillum, Representative Holman, Representative Ford, Representative McCabe, Representative Robert Williams, Representative Lonnie Hosey. That'll be the escort committee. So you will need to report to the back of the chamber at about 12:20 or 12:25 to escort in the National Commander. That's Representative Gillum, Holman, Ford, McCabe, Williams, and Hosey. The House will stand at ease. Here's the plan going forward. We will hear from the National Commander at 12:30, and then we will break for lunch until 2 o'clock. We will come back in at 2 o'clock. So once the National Commander gets through, we will recess for break for lunch until 2 o'clock. We'll reconvene at 2 o'clock. We got some more business to take care of. So we'll stand at ease.
Latta was a good place to grow up. I grew up in the house that my granddaddy built when Latta was formed. It's named for a railroad engineer, R.J. Latta. He was from York County and who was a surveyor. The town was drawn by Mr. Latta just before the turn of the century. The railroad came through, and that was a big deal. And if you look at the map and you look at the railroad, every 7 miles you'll see a depot. The depot was the thing that made the town, because people could get their goods to the depot so they could be transported mostly up north, cotton particularly, and tobacco. When the roads came, 301, 501, that was a big deal because Latta is about halfway between New York and Miami. And people would try to make it in 2 days. So Latta was a good stopping place.
I was raised here, I went to school here. My grandparents owned a gas station in town. The size of the town makes it unique. The people here obviously is what makes this town strive, being the size that it is. And you know, if you're on the street and people are speaking to you, people are friendly in this town. But overall, the people in this town are very accepting. We welcome the strangers that come in, not as strangers, but as people we need to inform and talk to and make feel welcome here. I've only been chairman for 2 years on Latta Revitalization Commission, and we've made a lot of progress in the town. LRC is a committee of people who have one joint interest that are all volunteer to make Latta a better place, one step at a time. The local support that we get is overwhelming because there's a lot of people that want to see this town grow. We are getting new businesses downtown, and I think that the general attitude of the people in Latta is positivity to get things rolling, to get things better than what they were at one time and make our town great.
My wife and I moved here from Miami 24 years ago. Didn't know anybody in this little town, just drove up, walked in, bought it the next day, and turned it into an inn. Abingdon Manor, it's named after a place that we visited in England, and it's 113 years old this year. It was started in 1902, finished in 1905. It's 10,000 square feet. It's a luxury country inn and restaurant. We have a clientele of people who travel between the Northeast and Florida, as well as a lot of upscale diners who are looking for fine food. We're one of only 11 Four Diamond restaurants in South Carolina. Lots of people come to just sit outside and enjoy the grounds and read, sort of reconnect. The town's very friendly, it's very walkable, so it's a good place to sort of get away and relax. And then for the overnight people, it's sort of this little civilized break on I-95 between the Northeast and Florida. It's not staying in a roadside motel. You're not eating at fast food places. And if you want to get out of your car and stretch and take a walk, this is the kind of place to do that. But the town is quaint, friendly, peaceful. People are just really friendly, welcoming, open, and I think that's a real asset.
There's a lot of progress that's going on. There's a lot of relationships that are being built that have never been built here before.
Yeah, I love Latta. I wouldn't be if I didn't.
Latta is our town.
This is our town.
This is our town.
This is our town, Latta, South Carolina.
When the son of Carolina mounts the eastern sky, proudly stands our alma mater on the hill that maroon floats for a Claflin fair o'er thee. May we all be leal and loyal to thy memory.
My name is Dewan Wormack, and I have the distinct pleasure of serving as the 9th president at this historic institution. We're the #1 ranked historically black college university in the state of South Carolina and top 10 in the country. And so what makes us special is the people. It is the people that buy into the culture, it is the people that buy into the mission, and it's the people that buy into the vision. Social justice is our focal point as an institution. Mass incarceration is a social justice issue. Healthcare disparities is a social justice issue. So the university has put resources to ensure that we do everything in our power to combat some of those healthcare disparities. Our intentional focus, 100% of it is ensuring that our community is safe and well. And when I say well, holistically, we began to look at some data impacting African Americans in Orangeburg County, and we began to think about our own family trajectory. And I talked about my mother dying from hypertension, my grandmother dying from hypertension, my grandfather passed from hypertension, and how it's generational in our communities, but not talking about the preventative work that comes behind it. And so I approached our computer science faculty member, Dr. Lyles, and said, hey, I want to do something very creative and innovative, something that can really combat healthcare disparities, but it's also to infusing technology in that work.
I am Karina Lyles, and I chair the Department of Math and Computer Science, and I'm also an associate professor of computer science at Claflin University. Computer science is a way for us to build solutions to everyday problems. We have a very forward-thinking president, and so it's very easy to get him on board with the smart home. We met and talked about things that we could do as a university to make an impact in our community because we understand that we have a purpose here. I presented him the ideal about the smart home, and he loved it.
We purchased a home in the community, and within that home, we began to invest all of the technology that is there.
It's very important for the smart home to be a home and not a house because we want this health consciousness to just be a part of everyone's life. We're really trying to shift lifestyles here. Imagine going into your home, but then having the additional amenities that help support the things that you need to do to take care of your health and well-being. Imagine walking into the living room, taking your blood pressure, then realizing it's elevated. The house will recognize that as well. It might dim the lights, and it might change the colors of the lights, and then it might also play soothing music. While the home is doing these things in response to your medical state, it's also informing you. So we have the displays around the house because that's the way to engage and interface with the user. The house will alert you that your blood pressure is elevated and then also give some recommendations and things that you can do to alleviate this issue. Now let's imagine you woke up from a night's rest and you got up as you normally do to get ready for work or to get ready for school or just to start your day. When you go into the bathroom, the smart mirror gives you all of your sleep stats. And it shows the graphs, it shows the charts, it tells you the cycles of sleep that you were in and how long you were in those stages. It tells you how much you might have snored. It takes the information from the bed and then it makes sense of it to tell you you slept well last night, or if you didn't, here are some things that you might want to do to get through your day. So you might want to think about reordering your to-do list because something that requires more cognitive load might not be what you want to start out with because it's just going to make you more drained and more tired. If you go into your bedroom, there's a workout mirror. The workout mirror allows for the cardio workout, but it also allows for meditation and yoga. A big part of the smart home is providing that health education. There are going to be times when someone might need to go to the hospital or to visit their doctor, and there may be times when you might just need to relax. And so giving them that education will help them to determine when it's time to seek medical attention or when there's some things that we can do at the home for self-care. We want to rely on the community of the individual to give them the best services possible. And so with the smart home, this data about your health can be sent directly to your health care provider. It can be sent to your doctor or your nurse or even a family member who might be monitoring your health. It allows that open line of communication, but it allows that transparency that doctors sometimes need. Or sometimes we might not think of things that we should share with our doctor, but the information is there now because the house has already sent that information over. So they know what to look for, even if we don't know what to disclose.
Oftentimes you hear these studies that are impacting large metropolitan areas. Then if you extrapolate the data, you don't have a large African American data set. And then extrapolate it further in rural America. So we want to be the thought leader in the country to be able to provide the data set. It is our hope that this data set will allow folks to make more informed medical decisions, but it's also preventative health decisions as well.
I am Shamaria Sherman, a senior computer science major here at Claflin, and I am a smart home researcher and team lead of the robotics team. Growing up in my family, I was always known as the tech-savvy person, fixing the computers, downloading all the softwares. So it was always my niche. As a researcher, our job is to always research and develop ways to basically help our community's well-being. So currently, I am working on a project called the Nutrition Label Analyzer. The goal of the analyzer is to basically analyze labels and make it easier for users to understand, to increase their nutritional awareness. When you're grocery shopping and you're purchasing things in the store, there's this propaganda of, oh, it's no sugar, but there's actually more harmful ingredients. And so if you don't know what's harming you, you can't make better decisions. So the goal is just for everyone to make better dietary choices to help these chronic illnesses and health issues. It's connected from a personal experience. My grandfather had cancer and my grandmother has hypertension.
Members of the House,
so
please come to order.
I knew they had these issues, but I didn't know the answers, or I didn't know why or what was causing it. So doing this research
Sergeant,
kind of gives me a lens to see,
members
okay,
and
this
guests,
is what's
please
harming
rise as the Honorable Senator enters the House chambers.
The Joint Assembly will please come to order. Sergeant. The members of the Joint Assembly will please rise to receive the National Commander of the American Legion and his distinguished escort committee. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the General Assembly and honored guests, I'm proud and honored to present to you the Honorable Dan K. Wiley, the National Commander of the American Legion. Welcome to South Carolina. We look forward to your remarks. Commander?
Thank you. Well, thank you and good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished members of this great body, it truly is an honor to speak to you today in the historic capital of what has become America's fastest growing state. Before I begin, please allow me a moment to introduce members of the American Legion family who are with me here today. First, we have with us the commander of the South Carolina American Legion, Jim Raybon of Camden. National Executive Committeeman for the Department of South Carolina, Jim Hawk of Irmo. We have Cecil Phillips, the alternate National Executive Committeeman from Rock Hill. We have with us the Department Adjutant for the state of South Carolina, Robert Renner. We have the American Legion Auxiliary, Department of South Carolina President Beth Bryant of Greer. We have the Sons of the American Legion South Carolina Detachment Commander Tom Carews of Little River. And with me today is also my good friend and the National Commander's aide. He's working hard in the back of the room taking pictures. From Kansas, also Doug Hensley. Ladies and gentlemen, South Carolina has a reputation as one of the most friendly veteran states in the country. And now I've heard other states make that same claim, but I definitely believe you have a compelling case. And I believe that reputation and that relationship with veterans is a win-win scenario. There is a good reason more than 380,000 veterans choose to live across your 46 counties. It's a culture, one that you have helped create. You exempt military pensions, Guard and Reserve drill pay, and combat income from your state taxes. You offer significant property tax relief to disabled veterans and award veterans preference in your state employment. You never forget the sacrifice of our veterans. You fund 6 state-of-the-art nursing homes, including your newest, Patriots Village, which I had the honor of touring yesterday. South Carolina has always honored the service of veterans, regardless of whether they are a teenager training today at Fort Jackson or a soldier who served long before any of us were born. Just last month, you held a ceremony at the Lawrence County Council Chambers in honor of a 103-year-old life member of the American Legion Post 25, Sergeant Paul Odell of the United States Army 982nd Ordnance Depot Company supplied small arms and equipment while serving in England in preparation for the D-Day invasion 82 years ago. He would later serve in Paris after the Germans surrendered. And as he was being awarded his well-deserved
French Legion of Honor in Lawrence on January 27th, Sergeant Odell told the local Fox news station, quote, "Now I'm serving my Lord. I'm serving him. I've been serving. We are to serve others. That's what it's all about," unquote. Service to others is what our military is all about. And while Tip O'Neill famously said, "All politics is local," the most effective service that we find is on the community level. This legislature is to be commended for enabling the South Carolina Department of Veteran Affairs to formally partner with your county VA offices in evaluating best practices in office operations. While I'm a proud member of the American Legion's record and our influence on national legislation, I am also well aware that it is through our 12,000 local posts and 55 departments that we have our greatest impact. As veterans age and we see the impact of decades of deployments related to the global war on terrorism and other engagements, and as we see the harm caused by burn pits and other toxins, and as we see veterans taking their own lives at a rate that is 50% higher than non-veterans, we understand that it requires resources to stop these tragic outcomes. I know the South Carolina Senate is trying to address staffing issues in your county VA offices, and that at least 20 of these offices have 2 or less employees. To keep up with the demand, many county VA officers must travel great distances to other counties and areas outside their normal region. This can be costly and less effective. House Bill 3510, passed by this House during the last session, helps address that problem. The American Legion welcomes any additional support that this body can provide for these hardworking servants of the community. The General Assembly has allowed for greater accountability of state veterans' homes when you passed Senate Bill 218, which transferred these vital services to the South Carolina Department of Veteran Affairs, an agency that was created by veterans for veterans. Another point of pride for the Palmetto State is your Military Enhancement Fund grant program. This program has provided millions of dollars in grants benefiting service members and veterans in Beaufort, Richland, Aiken, Berkeley, Charleston, and Sumter counties. Now, you heard me mention the veteran suicide rate. VA estimates that the rate is 17 a day, and I've seen studies saying it could be high as 44. And you know, as legislators, how important it is to have accurate data when finding solutions. Sometimes an intentional death, especially if it is from an overdose or traffic-related, is hard to determine. Other times, a person's background is unknown. We welcome measures that you are considering to improve coordination with your county coroners in collaboration with the veterans community to help identify and mitigate these tragedies. Now, I understand that this assembly is also working to protect South Carolina veterans from falling victim to unaccredited claims representatives. For many years, the American Legion has been working with Congress to ban the predatory practices of unqualified firms that charge outrageous fees to provide services that most veteran service organizations provide for free. During calendar year 2025, the American Legion credited service officers were able to obtain more than, get this, $29.5 billion in benefits for veterans in submitting their claims or appeals. We did this without charging a single penny. And we did this representing all veterans, not just American Legion members, because we serve all veterans. We take no issue with veterans choosing, if they so choose, to pay a private firm to manage the appeal if they want. But VA accreditation and criminal penalties to bad actors are the best way to keep out malevolent sharks that do not represent the best interests of the veteran. Now, in closing, as America celebrates its 250th birthday this year, it is important that we remember our nation's first veterans, those who fought in our war for independence. South Carolina was the scene of over 200 Revolutionary War battles and engagements. Recording history and the education of future generations are the most tangible methods to keep the legacies of our long-departed veterans alive. We salute this state's efforts to preserve such key sites as battlefields of Cowpens, Camden, Kings Mountain, and Fort Moultrie, just to name a few. You simply cannot celebrate a great nation without remembering its greatest heroes. And South Carolina has produced them in abundance. Now, if you allow me to call a moment to call in this platform two members of this distinguished body who have proven that they are not only great lawmakers, but they are effective advocates for those who have served. They have been designated by the American Legion Department of South Carolina as outstanding members of the legislature for 2026. They are both veterans, champions for those in uniform, and faithful friends of the American Legion. And yes, I am proud to call them Legionnaires. Senator Jeff Zell and Representative Cody Mitchell, would you please join me? All right, this award reads, the American Legion Department of South Carolina Special Legislative Award presented to Senator Jeff Zell in recognition and appreciation for his many years of outstanding service to his community, state, and nation, dated February 25th, 2026. Senator, thank you. Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it. Next, the American Legion Department of South Carolina Special Legislative Award presented to Representative Cody Mitchell in recognition of and appreciation for his many years of outstanding service to his community, state, and nation, dated February 25th, 2026. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Senator Zell and Representative Mitchell. We appreciate all that you do on behalf of veterans in this great state. Thank you so very much for allowing me to be here today in the South Carolina legislature. God bless each and every one of you. God bless the troops of our great country, and God bless our country, the United States of America. Thank you. Great job, sir. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's been an honor.
Appreciate the way you called out South Carolina.
I'm sorry?
Appreciate how you called out South Carolina.
It's well deserved. Thank you. Appreciate you being here. Thank you very much.
Members of the Joint Assembly will continue to remain standing as our national commander and his distinguished escort party depart this Joint Assembly. The purposes of this joint assembly having been completed, this joint assembly stands adjourned.
All right, members and guests, please rise as the Honorable Senate departs the House chambers. All right, Ms. Cobb Hunter moves that the House recede till 2 p.m. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, ayes have it.
Coming up on Citizen Better, join me, KJ Kearney, as I explore the link between climate change and racial inequities. We're also going to examine the power and pitfalls of social media activism in driving real change. Now this is Citizen Better. Climate change impacts our natural environment, but it's also a racial justice issue. Communities of color in the U.S. and globally are impacted first and worse by flooding, heat, and pollution. That's why environmental justice advocates from these communities in South Carolina are working towards solutions, from monitoring the water in their neighborhoods to lobbying their local legislators. Let's take a look.
So we're going to add 10 drops to our 10 milliliters, right? So
What happens if she does 11?
I mean, it probably wouldn't be the biggest deal, but
Climate change is not a future problem. It's here now. And as global temperatures rise, the glaciers are melting and the sea level is rising too. You can see the effects all over South Carolina right now. Coastal cities like Charleston have seen the sea level rise about ½ an inch per year since 2010. And heavier rain has led to flooding all across South Carolina.
I was born and raised in Columbia, and I lived in the Lower Richland community. So now I'm a graduate student at USC trying to address environmental justice issues in my community. Since 2015, when we were hit with the 1,000-year flood, my community was impacted drastically. Mold, property damage, road closures, and even now we have more recurring rain events and flooding, as you can see along the Congaree. We don't have all the answers, and we know that the flood is going to keep on happening. It's just figuring out the best way to mitigate and respond.
And those floodwaters bring with them even more problems, from property damage to pollution, because many of the same fossil fuel facilities that are responsible for warming our climate are also polluting our environment. Climate change and environmental destruction are part of our present, but just how much they affect our future is still in our power, because the answers of what you can do about it could be closer than you think. South Carolina is home to 28 of the country's 1,300 plus Superfund sites, land contaminated with toxic waste that can infiltrate our water systems, especially during floods. And sometimes waste gets dumped directly into the rivers. As recently as 2010, South Carolina's DHEC determined that a former manufactured gas plant had been discharging coal waste, which was found in the Congaree River sediment. The $20 million cleanup efforts were only completed in 2023. In the meantime, everywhere the Congaree floodwaters went, coal tar pollution followed it. So I'm out here in Congaree National Park with Beata DeWitt. She's close to the problem and she's close to the solution, because she's teaching the next generation of Lower Richland residents how to monitor the quality of their water. So how do you find these groups of people that you're leading, and do other states have similar programs?
So we started with the high school students, and so these students are in a biology course, environmental health course, so they kind of already have the passion or the awareness of our ecosystem. And so we hope that not only just engaging with them, but also showing them, like, you know, you can do this in your own backyard. That will spark people to want to come out and do more, and probably tell their friends that, hey, this is something interesting, but we're also doing something impactful for our environment.
Things like rising sea levels and temperatures, heavy rains, toxic waste sites, and pollution in riverways may seem like separate issues from environmental degradation, but they're deeply intertwined. And like many other civic issues we face, they impact vulnerable populations first.
I work a lot in the energy space. And one thing that we found is that when it comes to energy, and when it's where they place these fossil fuel facilities and coal plants and gas plants, it's almost exclusively in communities of color, so Black and brown communities. And we found that these communities suffer the brunt of whatever is being done, and we call them often frontline communities, fence line communities, but they are suffering unequally the burden of energy generation everywhere throughout the U.S.
In 1982, environmental advocates discovered a disturbing pattern when a toxic waste dump was slated for placement in a Black neighborhood in Warren County, North Carolina. The Warren County project was just one instance of a nationwide trend of placing waste sites, power plants, and other pollution generators in non-white, low-income neighborhoods, leaving communities of color to bear the health consequences. Residents in Warren County marched and protested the dump for over 6 weeks, concerned that it would leach toxic chemicals into their drinking water. The dump was still built, but they brought national attention to the issue of environmental justice. Congress requested a report on the locations of toxic waste sites in the U.S., which was released the following year. The U.S. Government Accountability Office found that most of the population living close to surveyed hazardous landfill sites were Black. Other organizations, including the United Church of Christ Commission for Racial Justice, launched their own investigations. The group found that communities next to at least one hazardous site were on average 24% people of color, where communities without a waste site were only 12% non-white. Dr. Benjamin Chavis Jr., who worked on this report, coined the term environmental racism to describe this concerning pattern that environmental justice advocates like Beata and Paul are still trying to unravel today.
One of the real world consequences of climate change is local flooding. And here in the Midlands, it's been a little bit insane. We can have flood events in 5 Points area if it rains more than an inch at any given time. And not only does it have an impact, like for a car that might be floating, it also impacts communities downriver as well. So the Lower Richland community is right beside Congaree National Park. So they have every form of pollution you can think of down there. In the outskirts of the community, there is even a nuclear fuel fabrication facility that has been known to leak contamination out into the community.
To address environmental racism and climate injustice, people need to be able to access information about what's happening in their community, whether that's at the side of a river or behind a keyboard.
You'd be surprised what's happening in your neck of the woods, what's happening in your backyard. If you were to go on to the EPA or their state equivalents websites and look for Superfund sites or brownfields, you'd find they're all around you. So by looking up and trying to find what's going on around you, you can know a little bit more about the risks that are at play and hopefully take action to stop them.
But then, importantly, environmental justice advocates share that information with the people around them so they can work together towards a solution. Climate change is an all-hands-on-deck issue that starts with observing the world around us and speaking up when we notice that something isn't right. Black and brown communities are often most affected by these changes, but that also means environmental justice communities can be on the front lines of making change. As Paul Black says, the people closest to the problem are also closest to the solution. That begs me to ask the question, what solutions can you create in your community? When a disabled fan was not allowed to board a flight to see Beyonce's Renaissance tour with his wheelchair, the Beehive sprung into action to get him to a new tour date. Sometimes logging on to social media can be a first step towards being a better citizen. Does online activism actually work? If the first thing you thought of are those black squares people posted on Instagram in 2020, you might be a little skeptical that social media posts really have the power to create change. And you wouldn't be alone. A 2023 Pew Research study showed that 46% of social media users took some kind of political action last year. However, 76% of users believe that social media makes people think they're making a difference when they really aren't. But what if I told you that social media activism can work if you do it right? To figure out how to do online activism that makes change for the better, I talked to disability justice activist Kia Brown. From her first viral hashtag, Disabled and Cute, that encouraged self-love and joy among disabled Twitter users, Kia's used her platform to advocate for better disability representation in pop culture.
I have cerebral palsy, and so growing up, I didn't really have a lot of people who were like me in my area, and so a lot of the work that I had to do to discover who I am and discover other people like me was built online. And that's when I became an activist online, because I had no groups in person or in my area, and I really began to do my work so that I could make sure that people didn't have to worry about not seeing somebody who looked like them and not having a voice like theirs in these conversations.
For Kia, social media activism wasn't about performance, it was about access. Anyone with an internet connection and a smartphone can log on and talk about what's important to them.
A lot of disabled people come to the internet for community because disability can be so isolating. There's so much that we can't do, not because we don't want to, but just because our body has limitations. Like I can't walk long distances or run a marathon, but I can get online and use my voice to hopefully make the world a better place.
When offline spaces are not inclusive, disability justice advocates have been able to create new online spaces to interact and organize around their shared experiences and goals. Like when activists Alice Wong, Andrew Pulrang, and Greg Baratan created the social media campaign Crip the Vote that became a rallying point for disabled activists to call for inclusion in candidates' policy priorities. Disabled advocates have often used social media to call attention to the ableism they face in everyday life. Take John Hetherington, who was unexpectedly turned away from a flight because of his wheelchair, which he had traveled with many times before.
They tell me that my chair is apparently 4 inches too tall to be loaded onto the plane. Guess I'm not going to Seattle and I'm not seeing Beyonce. The man goes, "Oh, I think I remember your chair. We had to write a report about it." And that's the first time ever that I've ever heard this. I've flown all over the country, from Oregon to as far as Texas, to go to different concerts, and never heard anything like that.
So just give us a little bit of detail about what you decided to do after that.
You know, I was just frustrated, so I decided I'm just gonna make a TikTok and kind of talk about the experience, what I had gone through, just thinking that, you know, I didn't have very many followers on TikTok, and I just thought a couple hundred people would see it, and that would kind of be the end of it. I was just wanted to share my experience, so that's what I did.
Yeah, you did a great job because people were tagging who? Tell me some of the people that were being tagged in your video.
Beyonce, Jay-Z, Beyonce's sister Solange, her mom, Tina, her entertainment company, just anyone basically that had any close connection to Beyonce was getting tagged in this TikTok, basically. I didn't even know that it had gone viral on other platforms at that point.
So anyone who says social media doesn't actually make a positive difference has never met the Beehive. I mean, what other groups of tens of thousands would be committed to going completely silent? From the K-pop stans organizing streaming parties to get their favorite groups to the top of the charts, to the TV lovers rallying to get their favorite shows renewed for another season, fandoms know how to set a goal and stay on it. And in that way, fandom is a lot like activism. If you've ever used closed captions on Netflix, or rolled a wheelchair, stroller, or suitcase through the curb cuts in the sidewalk, you've seen the impact of the Americans with Disabilities Act, a set of civil rights protections prohibiting discrimination based on disability. But do y'all realize that the ADA has only been in place since 1990? In fact, disability justice activists fought for decades for this legislation. In the spring of 1990, after decades of sit-ins, transit boycotts, and protests modeled after the civil rights movement actions of the 1960s, disability activists like Mike Auberger and Maria Palacios gathered for a Wheels for Justice march on Washington. When they arrived at the base of the Capitol steps, they wanted to show just how inaccessible many physical spaces are and how lack of access robs disabled people of dignity and equality. Hundreds of activists, including the 8-year-old Jennifer Keelan Chaffins, got out of their chairs and crawled up the marble stairs, making a powerful statement that legislation couldn't wait any longer.
I'll take all night if I have to. All right.
The ADA was passed later that year, requiring businesses, schools, and transportation services to accommodate disabled people. But in practice, it isn't perfect. Like the Civil Rights Act of 1964, it outlaws discrimination, but doesn't mean discrimination never happens. Many businesses and institutions have been slow to adopt accommodations.
The ADA is not the end all be all. It is the start. The ADA being signed into law was signed into law in 1990, which is the year before I was born. But it's just the start. It's just a paper. Oftentimes, when disabled people encounter inaccessibility, it is on us to do the work of trying to make it accessible. Businesses can take years to actually make the building accessible if a disabled person has the time, attention, and money to keep after them to make a building accessible. It is on the disabled person to bring accessibility to the forefront when it shouldn't be.
And that's exactly what happened to John when he got turned away from his flight.
And he ultimately tells me, well, the only plane big enough to get you to Seattle is an Airbus, and it's going to get me into Seattle about 12 hours after the concert is over. And I'm just demoralized at that point because it's like, you know, it was a very hard process to even get a ticket to Renaissance Tour. This was a huge deal, one of the biggest tours in the world.
Fortunately, making noise is something activists and fandoms using social media know how to do. When the Beehive helped his video go viral, he was able to get another flight and get tickets to another date of the Renaissance Tour. But John didn't experience a fluke moment of discrimination. In fact, during the social media flurry around his video, John declined to name the airline he was turned away from to make it clear that wheelchair users encounter problems with airlines all the time. In 2022, more than 11,000 wheelchairs were damaged by flight crews, more than 1 out of every 100 wheelchairs they handled. He wanted me to know that his experience was not an individual issue, and that online activists should keep putting pressure on airlines to ensure better treatment of all wheelchair users.
It's not just about one guy getting to go to a concert and see one artist. This is about systemic issues that people live with on a daily basis, you know? My going to this concert, while amazing, did not defeat ableism in any way. It's still something that I deal with every day of my life, and there are millions of other people who do too. So that's been my goal in all of this, is to keep raising those issues and not let people just have this be a feel-good moment. It's not that, really. It's far more than that.
Social media campaigns like John's and Kia's show that online activism can make an impact that lasts longer than the time it takes for us to scroll to the next post. But in order to beat the slacktivism allegations, we have to ensure that one moment of virality is not the end of the conversation.
To me, the most important thing is that people understand that they can be affected by these issues as well, whether they're currently disabled or not. And it's important that we all engage in these issues.
And you need to be able to lend your privilege and your platform to the people who know what they're talking about. I feel like as disabled people, we're often talked at, not to. And so you need to talk to the people in the community in which you consider yourself an ally, and make sure that you're building a world that allows other people outside of your community and your lived experience to speak on theirs, so that you can grow together, that you can make a world that's more accessible and more kind and more gracious and more honest. I feel like we live in a world right now that sort of thinks of self, when really community is what's going to make us a better people as a whole.
Social media can be a great starting point to learn about all kinds of causes and people we might not otherwise get a chance to hear from. But as the activist who fought for the ADA teaches us, the struggle for greater accessibility took decades, not days, and it's still going on today. Luckily, when we look beyond the likes and shares, social media gives us an opportunity to build community that can last for the long haul. Taking to social media is a great way to be civically engaged in everyday life. It's clear that you can make a meaningful impact on the regular rather than just on election days. The same is true when we look at topics like gender and racial wage gaps. Despite decades of equal pay legislation, wage gaps still persist. So what is your job?
I work as a senior administrative associate.
Software consultant.
The elementary school principal.
I am a sports and freelance photographer.
Cost estimator for a construction company.
Visual director and designer for high school marching bands.
What is your annual salary? How much do you make a year?
Yeah, so my annual salary is, I think, a little bit under 52.
I make $46,500 a year.
It's over $100,000.
I make about $85,000 a year.
Right now, I make $1,000 a month.
$52,000 a year.
It's no secret that many millennials and Gen Z don't feel like they're getting back what they put in at the workplace. A recent Gallup poll showed that over half of workers born after 1989 feel disengaged at their workplace, and a third describe themselves as burnt out. Workers cited factors like poor work-life balance, a lack of opportunities to advance in their careers, and incomes that don't match up with their expectations as reasons why they feel checked out whenever they clock in. So if you don't feel valued at work, what if asking your coworkers this one simple question could help you get more fair pay? Like many Gen Zers, Hannah Williams felt she deserved more out of work. She had negotiated her salary in her first job out of college and later discovered she was being underpaid by $25,000 compared to a coworker who performed a similar role.
That was a real career enlightening experience, that employers will willfully underpay you because it helps their bottom line.
With this new information about what her work was worth, Hannah started looking for jobs and was able to negotiate her next offer for an even higher salary than she had expected to ask for.
So I started making videos on my personal TikTok account talking about how much money I made at every single job I had, because I realized if I didn't know what I was worth, a lot of other people don't know either. So I was inspired by that experience, started posting about it. I had one video where I shared how much I made at all 5 jobs I'd had so far in my career, and it went viral. It was my first experience going viral and really showed me that not a lot of people were talking about transparency. Obviously, that's why there was an issue. And people were craving that information, not because they were nosy, but because they also had no idea what these roles were paying. That was my idea for Salary Transparency. I just figured if I go on the street and I ask strangers what they do and how much they make, I'll make one video and hopefully a couple people will see it and feel inspired to advocate for themselves or realize that they're underpaid.
When she grew an audience of more than 1.4 million followers, asking people about their salaries, Hannah realized that the problem of pay inequity was much bigger than just her. Activists and legislators have been trying to fix these systems for decades, but just because the law requires equal pay for equal work, it doesn't mean that it actually happens. The U.S. Department of Labor found that in 2021, the average white woman with a full-time job made only 80 cents for every dollar men made. For many women of color, that gap is even wider, with black women making 69 and Hispanic women making 57 cents on the dollar compared to the average man. Part of this gap exists because women are overrepresented in fields with lower pay, like childcare, education, and service work, and underrepresented in higher paying industries like tech and engineering. Still, wage gaps can exist when men and women are performing this same exact work. In 1997, a manager at Goodyear tire plant in Alabama named Lily Ledbetter found an anonymous note with the salaries of 3 men who held the same position. Even though some of them had less education and experience than her, they were all being paid significantly more. In 2009, President Obama signed the Lilly Ledbetter Fair Pay Act, making it easier for employees to sue for pay discrimination, even if, like Lilly, it takes them years of work to discover they've been underpaid. But workers like Lilly Ledbetter and Hannah Williams wouldn't have been able to fight for equal pay if they didn't know that they were being underpaid in the first place. And until you know what your work is worth, you can't negotiate. When you became a principal, were you able to negotiate your salary, or did they just tell you this is how much you're gonna make?
Well, when I first signed for my first contract, it wasn't any negotiation there. You know, I was just pleased for the opportunity and grateful for it. So I didn't even push the button to try to negotiate. I do think there would have been an opportunity there.
So when I started my job, I did get to negotiate based on the experience that I had and the education that I was coming in with. So.
Now, do you and your coworkers talk about salary at work?
We do.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. How do those conversations go?
It's a very transparent conversation about what we make, being mindful of the market and making sure that we are looking out for each other.
While pay equity is already the law, pay transparency is a tool workers can use to find out where our systems show bias. A study that analyzed 2 decades of academic salaries found that even when controlling for institution, discipline, tenure status, and achievements like grants and publications, there were still pay disparities.
Most corporations do not have a system in place that helps them determine how much to pay workers. A lot of times it's based on How do you vibe with the recruiter? Do they like you? Will they offer you more because they like you? That leaves the system and those decisions incredibly open to bias. And that's what causes inequity. And that's why we see these racial pay gaps, these gender pay gaps.
Pay transparency can expose patterns of bias so that employers can work on fixing them. In that same study of academic pay, researchers found that as salary data became more available in the field, the gender wage gap in academia started to shrink, with women making only 3.25% less than men by 2017. This happened both because employers who made salaries transparent felt pressure to bump up salaries of workers who were underpaid, and because workers who found out they were underpaid were more likely to leave their jobs and seek out better pay elsewhere.
I realized that there was a real clear solution to all of this, and it was to normalize pay transparency. And that if we all have a good understanding of what different roles can make, not only can we find better careers that are a good fit for our lifestyles and what we'd like to achieve in our lives, it's also a good way to help close pay gaps for everyone.
So if pay transparency is the key to keeping workers engaged and making equal pay a reality, what are equal pay advocates doing to make more transparency possible? For one, most private sector workers in the US already have the legal right to talk about pay with their coworkers. But talking about money at work can feel taboo or just plain scary. So what can you personally do to make it easier to start the conversation?
The first thing I would recommend is for them to take their research to their manager, just like I did, because there are corporations out there that are good actors. And if you give them the opportunity to solve inequity, hopefully they'll respond kindly and help you out. Ultimately, it is way more expensive to hire a new employee than to pay your current one fairly. And I think a lot of corporations are starting to realize that. So my first piece of advice would be take your market research, make sure you do good market research from good sources. There are multiple databases out there. Also, you can have direct conversations with people. That is the best way to get that contextual information to help you determine how underpaid you are. Take that market research to your manager and ask for a fair raise based on your research.
And 8 states have already passed laws requiring employers to be transparent about pay even before you get hired, either by including a salary range in the job posting or providing it during the interview process. Like most social change, achieving pay transparency is going to take a lot of uncomfortable conversations all the way from the break room to the halls of Congress. Throughout this episode, we've been handed a playbook of actions that can help all of us become part of a cycle of reciprocity where individuals, businesses, and community organizations all feed back into one another. I'm KJ Kearney. Until next time, let's citizen better.
Live your life within the moment, and don't go wait until the morning. You live your life within the moment, and don't go wait until the morning. You never know when it is over. All that I know is we'll get older. So let us dance this night away. And we'll dance the night away.
Hello, I'm Brittany Brackett, and welcome to this edition of Back Road Bites. South Carolina is known for a lot of great foods, but there's none more famous than our world-renowned barbecue. And we're here today at one of the many celebrations of this cuisine at the first ever Getting Saucy barbecue sauce competition in North Charleston. This tasty festival features music, food, fun, and of course, saucy flavor creators from around the state who've gathered to claim the title of South Carolina barbecue sauce grand champion. We'll hear more about the festival later in the show, but first, let's visit Scott's Barbecue, located in tiny Hemingway, just a stone's throw from Myrtle Beach. This hidden gem was founded in 1972 by Ella and Roosevelt Rosie Scott. For over 40 years, these pit masters used a special down-home cooking technique to serve up their own brand of love.
South Carolina, the people here, they love their barbecue. My name's Sam Wilson. We at Scott's Barbecue in Hemingway, South Carolina. We barbecue whole hogs. We do the whole hogs. We do ribs. We do chicken, and all that stuff like that. The barbecue was founded in 1972 by my brother-in-law, Roosevelt Scott, which is no longer with us, He's the founder and the owner of the business. As of December, I was partly taking over, the business, along with my other pitmaster, Terry Blow, and Dominic Scott, and along with my sister, Ella Jan Scott, which is Roosevelt Scott's wife. Well, lately, people was coming from all over the place. I have some family from West Virginia, had some people from Canada, Texas, from all over the places now, coming, to the barbecue place, which is good. And we really appreciate, the people coming from all over the place to enjoy Scott's Barbecue. If South Carolina was one dish, it would be Scott's Barbecue, with his whole hogs and everything. It's the best barbecue in South Carolina. Well, the sauce is vinegar-based. That's all I can say is vinegar-based. My brother-in-law started the sauce, and it continued on down, so which we still continue today to do that. Can't share no secret recipes. So all I can tell you is just vinegar-based sauce. Well, when you come to Scott's Barbecue, you can get barbecue sandwich, you can get coleslaw, baked beans, potato salad, and we do have ribs, and we have chicken, whole chicken, and some days we have the leg quarters we sell too. So basically, it's been a lot of ribs, barbecue. Like I said, it's been all of the above. Can't get enough. People can't get enough of it. We open at 9:30 and we close at 5 on Wednesday. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday we close at 7. Supposed to close at 7. But the way things been going lately, we've been closing at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, because we were selling out. And once we sell out, we're done. We're closed, People was coming afterwards, and said, well, y'all didn't cook enough hogs. I can cook a lot of hogs, but when people come in, you start buying a whole hog, quarter of a hogs, and it doesn't last long. If you come in here, we're gonna try to do our best to please you, make sure you're happy. Hemingway, the people in Hemingway are real great people, The whole neighborhood, the surrounding area, and people, we really appreciate their business, and they've been with us a long time. So our ride's from Myrtle Beach here, and it's on the main road, which is convenience. You don't have to go a half a mile off the road. You don't have to go a mile off the road. You can just exit right off the highway. And it's very convenience for everybody, and that makes a lot of difference too. Hope the people can continue to come and enjoy it, and we here at Scott's Barbecue and the family going to try to do as much as we can to please them and keep everybody happy.
South Carolina pitmasters serve up smoky flavors in all parts of the state, as we see in our next excursion a bit farther north. At 811 Hash Boulevard in Buffalo, South Carolina, you'll find Midway Barbecue. Well, technically 811 Main Street if you're entering it into your GPS. In this segment, you'll see why Midway Barbecue has stood the test of time. Serving the community since 1941, this area favorite is one of the last remaining hash houses in Union County.
Jay Allen. I run Midway Barbecue in Buffalo, South Carolina, and the address is 811 Hash Boulevard. My father-in-law started it years ago, He had several professions before that, but his love was hash and barbecue. So he said that he wasn't good at anything else, but I don't believe that. But he was great at hash and barbecue. So he put all his weekend efforts, he and his son, into hash and barbecue. And then at about 55, he converted to full-time. I always tell everybody, our name is Midway Barbecue, but really it should be Midway Hash. We sell probably 4 to 1 hash to barbecue. My father-in-law told me when he hired me, I'm good with anything you do, but don't change my recipes or I'll fire you. And we haven't. And when he started, there was about 50 or 60 people competitors with him. So, and now we're the last one in Union County, and we're really the last person that does hash the way we do it. Being in a small town like Union, the slogan for the city is the city of hospitality, and I think we emulate that when we wait on customers. We have 4 registers on the counter, but I have 7 or 8 people taking orders. We want people to get people in and out fast and treat them really well. If South Carolina was a dish here, it'd definitely be hash, but chicken stew's a close second. The reason chicken stew's a close second is because it's more in cold weather months. But unbelievable the following we have for hash and chicken stew. In the back, we have 100-gallon cast iron pots, and that's probably the reason that our food tastes so good. Our recipes are huge. So when I say 100 gallons, it's literally 100 gallons. Our recipe for stew is like 64 gallons, and our recipe for hash is about 500 pounds. You know, we have our own style with a ketchup-based sauce mixed in. And then when my wife and I took over, we did a pulled pork, and we do sauces on the side. So you can kind of get anything you want, any region we cover, whether it's a vinegar pepper, a ketchup-based mustard, or the way I like it is with no sauce. Today we cooked like 400 pounds of pulled pork, 500 pounds of hash, 64 gallons of stew. And we let word of mouth do our advertising for us. And, you know, we've been here a long, long time, you know, over 50 years. So we just let our cooking, you know, be our claim to fame. I don't know everybody, but I know a large majority of the people that come in. And that makes it fun. I tell everybody I don't go to work because it's fun for me. And I get to see 1 million people, I get to talk, I get to laugh, we get to have fun, and I like to encourage. But it's a lot of hard work. This is what I love, so I'm glad to do it.
We're here today with Brandon Close, who is the mastermind behind the first annual Getting Saucy barbecue sauce competition. How are you doing?
I'm good, nice to meet you.
It is a pleasure to be here. Tell us how you came up with this amazing idea.
My wife and I went to a wine festival, a wine tasting. They had like 40 different booths and you got a little taste. And being in barbecue sauce, I said, why can't we do this with barbecue?
Well, the beautiful thing about this state is that we know some barbecue. Okay, so what needs to be in a sauce? Like, don't give it all away, but what are some of the things that you need to have in a sauce?
See, I prefer tang. It doesn't have to be all vinegar, but I prefer the tang. Okay. Of course, we founded our company on the mustard base, so but we've got a good tang with that one too, and of course with our red too. I'm a sweet guy too, so I'm a firm believer in whatever region you're in, go to the person that does that region style the best and eat that. If you're in a vinegar state or region, eat the vinegar sauce. If you're in mustard, go for the mustard. There's gratification in putting out a great product and seeing that happiness on somebody's face.
I agree.
And I don't remember who said it, so I can't quote them. It was somebody super famous, but they said like when you cook, it's showing your patrons a part of you.
Yeah, and you're sharing something you love.
Yeah.
And thank you for sharing it with us, Brandon.
Yeah,
here with Brandon Close. being a producer of an event like this mean? How much does it take to run this event?
It takes a lot, but it takes a team, you know, a good team. And luckily for this event, we had an amazing team. You guys probably know already, but Arc of the Low Country is such an amazing cause. You know, they deal with people with intellectual and physical disabilities. And it's such a great support here today. We had Ben Fagan and the Holy City Hooligans. We have Lauren Hall, who's performing, who's an amazing country and Western star here in Charleston. We got LaFay and the fellas coming up. They have rock and soul, so it's amazing. It's actually rock soul. Got a little rock, got a little soul. So she put it together. It's called rock soul. And we had Chris Boone this morning. So luckily, you know, all the friends came through and they're sharing their love, sharing their entertainment for a great cause.
We're here with Mr. Bernard Johnson, who is the executive director of the Arc of the Low Country. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Doing good, enjoying your amazing event. This event is great to cover barbecue with the sauce and then show a love for those with disabilities as well. You and Mr. Brandon Close are partners, correct?
Yes, it's pretty amazing because Brandon and I met at a networking meeting. And as we were talking about what our occupations were, he expressed an interest in wanting to bring a competition to Charleston, but he wanted to be impartial about it. And I said, I've got the right organization for that particular item. And I began to explain to him about the Arc, and we were like, we're off and running. We met the following Tuesday, then we came back Thursday. We took a break.
Okay.
Did some brainstorming on our own, came back together. That following week, we had a tentative schedule, and we started to put a complete team together. And boom, here we are today with everyone. Yes.
Well, you're doing a great work here, Mr. Bernard. We are here with Bernard Johnson of Arc of the Low Country. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Let's come back to Lexington, South Carolina, where in 2014, Chef Chris Williams honored his late grandfather, Leroy Carter, by starting Roy's Grill. This famously delicious restaurant is definitely in good hands, as Chef Chris is one of the chef ambassadors of South Carolina. Let's see what they've got cooking down at Roy's Grill.
My name is Chris Williams. We are in Lexington, South Carolina. We are at my restaurant, Roy's Grill. Roy's Grill I started it back in 2014. I had been in the business since a teenager. I'd always wanted to own my own. I finally found a way. God made it possible. My grandfather, unfortunately, had passed away before I had the opportunity to open it. So it only felt right naming it Roy's Grill. You know, his name was Leroy Carter. So a lot of the things that I have on my menu are actually named after him. You know, the Carter's Club, you know, all of our barbecue sauces are kind of have something to do with him. But if I had to give a few of people's favorite dishes, it'd definitely be our nachos. We take our pulled pork and we make nachos with them. We have pulled pork nacho. We have a blackened chicken nacho. They love our pulled pork, our ribs, all of our barbecue. And then we also have a burger that we call the bacon jalapeno pimento cheeseburger. We make our own pimento cheese in-house. We cut, cure, and smoke our own bacon in-house. And they really, really enjoy that sandwich. First of all, our location makes us unique. You know, we're in the corner of a gas station. You know, we can't forget about that. You know, barbecue's barbecue. Every pit master puts his own unique spin, his own unique twist on his barbecue. So I would have to say my rub, the way I make my sauce, and of course my location, you know, would make my barbecue unique to South Carolina. If South Carolina was a plate here at Roy's Grill, it would definitely be our slow smoked pulled pork with some of our ribs, served with the side of our collard greens and our hash and rice. Maybe a little potato salad on the side. Definitely South Carolina on the plate. I'm getting ready to make one of our signature barbecue sauces that we make here at Roy's Grill. I'm getting ready to make the Sweet Sassy Red, which is our light tomato-based barbecue sauce. So here we go. Well, one of the things that's helped me in my business is going to be the Chef Ambassadors Program. The South Carolina Chef Ambassadors Program was started about 8 years ago by then Governor Nikki Haley and Chef Brandon Veely. He's the head chef of Junipers out in Rich Springs. It was created to highlight local chefs that are kind of off the beaten path. So that brought a lot of notoriety and recognition to me, being that I'm in a gas station. That helped a lot. But what it also did was it helped springboard me into my next move. Actually, this is my current location, but we're getting ready to move to a larger location in Irmo in about a month. It's going to be at 7971 Woodrow Street, Suite 5, Irmo, South Carolina. So just the culmination of everything I've done in my career, plus the ambassadorship, has definitely helped catapult me to the next level in my career. So I'm grateful for it.
With 4 unique locations, let's take a look at the Smokin' Pig in Pennington, South Carolina. This family-owned restaurant continues to not only feed the community with amazing barbecue, but has created an atmosphere for people of all ages to enjoy. Here's a sneak peek at what's on the menu at the Smokin' Pig.
My name is Barry Devers, and we are in Pendleton, South Carolina, just outside Clemson University. We started the Smokin' Pig in 2009. We had 3 children, and we've always been in the restaurant business our whole life, but we ended up working 7 days a week. We thought the barbecue, honestly, just being open on the weekend was our biggest draw, and we've never opened more than 3 days a week, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Brisket's a big seller of ours, but I'll be honest with you, I'ma always go back to our pork. It just tells me that I'm eating at a barbecue place when I got a beautiful plate of pork in front of me. You can pick the sauces on the table. We make all the sauces in-house. And even though I love our brisket and I think it's really good, I'm just a pork guy day in, day out. The fried corn is something that we started this year where we grow it in the backfield. We actually pick it back there. We bring it straight up to the restaurant. We shuck it in the back and we deep fat fry it out. And it's been one of our biggest sellers. It's the thing that makes Smokin' Pig unique, a little bit cut above or different than the rest of them is it's a destination. It's almost an experience when you come here. We've added a lot of stuff in the last year. We have a putt-putt that is free for anybody that comes here. We have cornholes now. We have a turf where you can go out, bring your blanket, enjoy it out there. We have craft beer now, a part of that. So it's not just come and eat and leave. And you can do that, honestly, but if you want to enjoy it more and just hang out with us and enjoy the people you with, this is the place to do it. If South Carolina was a dish here at the Smokin' Pig, it would have to consist of our pork, our mill ground grits, and our fresh corn. And of course, it's got to have the banana pudding. We have people that leave tags that goes on the back of their car and they'll want us to put it up. And we certainly are glad to do that. We've had colleges that would bring their oars when they're competing down here at Clemson. And they came in here and saw the Clemson oar up on the wall. And they say, hey, if we bring one of our oars, will you put it up? Absolutely. They bring their college flag. We're always proud and glad to fly that and put up any kind of stuff like that. We encourage them to sign it, of course. And a lot of our patrons have signed the walls inside our original place in here. And that's just one of the fun factors that makes this place right here just something fun to come back to. Even if you don't sign the wall, you can read that where other people have and what some of the things that they have put on there. And just, I don't know, it just makes it a fun place to visit.
Right outside of Greenville is the beautiful little city of Fountain Inn. And I heard you can find some great barbecue there. Bobby's Barbecue knows about everything barbecue and the perfect seasoning. Serving the local community near and far, Bobby's has definitely left a lasting impression on first-time barbecue diners and visitors to the South. Bobby let us drop by, so grab some napkins because here are a few popular bites that'll make your mouth water.
My name is Tay Nelson. Me and my wife Sarah own Bobby's Barbecue in Fountain, South Carolina. For people that are familiar with the area, we're on the southern tip of Greenville County. We started with a seasoning first. Most people do it the other way around, restaurant then the seasoning. We had the seasoning first in 2010, got to selling it, and then few years later, I started getting into barbecue as a hobby, putting the season on the barbecue, and then people was like, man, you need to start selling this stuff. And here we are, opened up a restaurant in 2018. This October will be 4 years. But everybody comes for the brisket. That's like the thing now. That's how you measure as a barbecue restaurant, pretty much. I love the brisket, but I love the sausage. I love the sausage because we make it in-house. It kind of reminds me when I was a kid. We didn't have a whole lot, so on Saturday morning, Mama had that Hirschauer's Farm sausage in the oven. You know it was a great day. So the texture reminds me of that. We make it in-house as a tribute to the old school. And it's just neat, but we have a jalapeno cheddar that I like. But I love the pulled pork. You gotta have that, and I also like the smoked turkey. But we got a little bit for everybody. Usually before we open, we have a meeting. You know, we bless the day, come up with a game plan, and then we end it with our huddle. I say a team thing. At the end, we say 1, 2, 3, make it good. That's our slogan. So just get that teamwork. We win together, we lose together. We look good together, we definitely look bad together. So I just try to bring us all in, get focused, get locked in, and love on the people, because I try to end on this message. In this restaurant, these 4 walls, some people, this might be the only smile they got today. It might be the only person that said hello to them today. Even we had masks on, we say smile behind the mask. Like, people walk through this door, we can't solve all their problems, but we can make them feel like people. I can have a house packed full of people, and I'm trying to explain the menu, and a customer in line who comes every week, I explain the menu better than me, and just building that, man. If South Carolina was a dish here at Bobby's Barbecue, I would say it had to be a pulled pork sandwich on a buttered bun with coleslaw on top with some barbecue drizzle. The biggest thing that we've done recently that I thank God first and foremost, and my wife and my family and everybody here that I consider family, is being in a Time magazine or a Wall Street Journal. I don't take that lightly, man. I'm so humbled by it. To have people from around the world email us or say, hey, we're gonna come visit your restaurant on our next vacation, like that's like unreal. We've been getting fussed at a little bit. We need a world map, not just a country map. Everybody loves it. One of our employees did it as a gift for the restaurant. People come from all over. People want to put their pen up there, which I think is awesome. So we're working on that. A lot of people say we have like a warm welcome. They say they can really feel it, and that really means a lot. I even have a lot of people say, like, we can tell you put a lot of planning in this. You just didn't throw something on the grill or the smoker. That means a lot. Even people from out of this country, people from Brazil and stuff will tell you that. So I think that's what makes us unique, man, stuff like that. That people can really taste and feel the love we put into it.
For more tasty tidbits from around the state, drop by our website at scetv.org, and don't forget to follow us on social media, whether Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram. For Backroad Bites, I'm Brittany Brackett. Thanks for watching.
My name is Dewan Wormack, and I have the distinct pleasure of serving as the 9th president at this historic institution. We're the #1 ranked historically black college university in the state of South Carolina and top 10 in the country. And so what makes us special is the people. It is the people that buy into the culture, it is the people that buy into the mission, and it's the people that buy into the vision. Social justice is our focal point as an institution. Mass incarceration is a social justice issue. healthcare disparities is a social justice issue. So the university has put resources to ensure that we do everything in our power to combat some of those healthcare disparities. Our intentional focus, 100% of it is ensuring that our community is safe and well. And when I say well, holistically, we began to look at some data impacting African Americans in Orangeburg County, and we began to think about our own family trajectory. And I talked about my mother dying from hypertension, my grandmother dying from hypertension, my grandfather passed from hypertension, and how it's generational in our communities, but not talking about the preventative work that comes behind it. And so I approached our computer science faculty member, Dr. Lyles, and said, hey, I want to do something very creative and innovative, something that can really combat healthcare disparities, but is also to infusing technology in that work.
I am Karina Lyles, and I chair the Department of Math and Computer Science, and I'm also an Associate Professor of Computer Science at Claflin University. Computer science is a way for us to build solutions to everyday problems. We have a very forward-thinking president, and so it's very easy to get him on board with the smart home. We met and talked about things that we could do as a university to make an impact in our community because we understand that we have a purpose here. I presented him the ideal about the smart home, and he loved it.
We purchased a home in the community, and within that home, we began to invest all of the technology that is there.
It's very important for the smart home to be a home and not a house because we want this health consciousness to just be a part of everyone's life. We're really trying to shift lifestyles here. Imagine going into your home, but then having the additional amenities that help support the things that you need to do to take care of your health and well-being. Imagine walking into the living room, taking your blood pressure, then realizing it's elevated. The house will recognize that as well. It might dim the lights, and it might change the colors of the lights, and then it might also play soothing music. While the home is doing these things in response to your medical state, it's also informing you. So we have the displays around the house because that's the way to engage and interface with the user. The house will alert you that your blood pressure is elevated and then also give some recommendations and things that you can do to alleviate this issue. Now let's imagine you woke up from a night's rest and you got up as you normally do to get ready for work or to get ready for school or just to start your day. When you go into the bathroom, the smart mirror gives you all of your sleep stats. And it shows the graphs, it shows the charts, it tells you the cycles of sleep that you were in and how long you were in those stages. It tells you how much you might have snored. It takes the information from the bed and then it makes sense of it to tell you you slept well last night, or if you didn't, here are some things that you might want to do to get through your day. So you might want to think about reordering your to-do list because something that requires more cognitive load might not be what you want to start out with because it's just going to make you more drained and more tired. If you go into your bedroom, there's a workout mirror. The workout mirror allows for the cardio workout, but it also allows for meditation and yoga. A big part of the smart home is providing that health education. There are going to be times when someone might need to go to the hospital or to visit their doctor, and there may be times when you might just need to relax. And so giving them that education will help them to determine when it's time to seek medical attention or when there's some things that we can do at the home for self-care. We want to rely on the community of the individual to give them the best services possible. And so with the smart home, this data about your health can be sent directly to your health care provider. It can be sent to your doctor or your nurse or even a family member who might be monitoring your health. It allows that open line of communication, but it allows that transparency that doctors sometimes need. Or sometimes we might not think of things that we should share with our doctor, but the information is there now because the house has already sent that information over, so they know what to look for, even if we don't know what to disclose.
Oftentimes you hear these studies that are impacting large metropolitan areas. Then if you extrapolate the data, you don't have a large African-American data set. And then extrapolate it further in rural America. So we want to be the thought leader in the country to be able to provide the data set. It is our hope that this data set will allow folks to make more informed medical decisions, but it's also preventative health decisions as well.
I am Shamaria Sherman, a senior computer science major here at Claflin, and I am a smart home researcher and team lead of the robotics team. Growing up in my family, I was always known as the tech-savvy person, fixing the computers, downloading all the softwares. So it was always my niche. As a researcher, our job is to always research and develop ways to basically help our community's well-being. So currently, I am working on a project called the Nutrition Label Analyzer. The goal of the analyzer is to basically analyze labels and make it easier for users to understand, to increase their nutritional awareness. When you're grocery shopping and you're purchasing things in the store, there's this propaganda of, oh, it's no sugar, but there's actually more harmful ingredients. And so if you don't know what's harming you, you can't make better decisions. So the goal is just for everyone to make better dietary choices to help these chronic illnesses and health issues. It's connected from a personal experience. My grandfather had cancer and my grandmother has hypertension. So it's like growing up, I knew they had these issues, but I didn't know the answers, or I didn't know why or what was causing it. So doing this research kind of gives me a lens to see, okay, this is what's harming our community, and maybe I can help fix this or develop a solution that could help other African Americans. I think the smart home plays a critical part in closing the gaps for health disparities in rural areas, because one important thing is that we are the minority researchers doing the work. So a lot of this work hits close to home to us. We see our family members and our loved ones who are dealing with a lot of these ailments, if it's not us ourselves. We're driven by a different purpose. Working with Dr. Lyles has been an amazing experience. She's like a second mother to me. She's really focused on just us growing and evolving. Coming from behind the computers, developing this project, being in a smart home where I'm actually able to test my products, it just gives me like a sense of comfort, that push that, you know, I can help my community and I can actually see it. I think my biggest lesson working in a smart home is that effective research starts with identifying real life issues and targeting solutions at those issues. So being in the smart home is unique because I'm actually able to test these products that I'm developing with my community, with my peers, and with my school to actually see if it's working or if it's not working and how I can improve that. There's been a long-standing concern with healthcare in the African American community, even more so in rural communities. And we recognize that, and we're very careful about the programs that we design. This is an interdisciplinary project, so we include majors from the humanities department, so we include psychology majors, because one important factor is understanding the human's connection to the technology that's around them. We naturally have the computer science students writing the programs. We naturally have computer engineering students developing the hardware and the products, but this information is informed by biology students and nursing students. We also have art students who've decorated the home with their artwork, but even more, they're helping us develop the user interfaces. We actually have a cybersecurity program here at Claflin University, and those students are particularly focused on dealing with the security and privacy that could pertain around the data that happens in this home. I think working with other majors is great because it allows different points of views. Working with someone from biology, they could bring in the genetics, like the health issues. So I just think it brings a general view of the world, and we can all collaborate to make better choices, developments in the world. With the home, while we bought a lot of technologies off the shelf, the goal is to have our students develop these technologies and develop different technologies that cater specifically to the minority communities. And with that, we'll be able to scale those products so they would be accessible and available to all. Right now, we are in the early phases of development. Students are building their prototypes and testing them out. Eventually, we will have this space open to the community so that they can actually use the products in their final stages. I see smart home impacting the community just as a health resource for the community to serve them and educate them whenever they need. And it's not only just for health-related education, but it just also gives the community the support to see how to handle these health disparities in their home and starting where they're at with their health journeys. Our smart home is the first and only smart home that is dedicated to combat health disparities for minority communities. We are also the only physical home in the state of South Carolina. We're now able to be a showpiece for other schools and other universities to get ideas and think about things that they might be able to do in their areas. Claflin allows that space to be innovative and do that. President Wormack pushes transformation and elevation, and the smart home is a product of that agenda.
How do we see this thing from a theoretical perspective and have the research and the data, but also practical? How do we have folks to be able to say, I can live this healthy life by seeing it for myself? Our goal is to become an international model that we can show, hey, based on this work that is happening in the metropolitan of Orangeburg, South Carolina, in this rural America, that you can do this anywhere.
Hartsville, South Carolina is small with a big heart.
Hartsville might surprise you. For a small town our size, if you just look at the map or look at some of the numbers about Hartsville, you would not realize just how cool this place is.
Hartsville wants you here, and it's just who Hartsville is, it's who we are. Everything about it is welcoming.
To me, Hartsville is all about our community. We are a close-knit community where people know you by name. You can't go anywhere without knowing somebody.
You could ride right through the town and not blink and not know that you missed out on something great. But once you stop, it'll be on your mark for the next time you ride through here. Is definitely a place that you plan to stop, get out, shop, possibly even stay for a little while. It's just that type of place.
When you come to Hartsville, we're not just a place in South Carolina, we're a destination. Hartsville's home to a great deal of innovative business owners, from very small businesses to very large businesses.
When you are here, you feel like you've lived here or you've been a part of the community for a very, very long time. I have grown up here. I did go to school. I went to college at Charleston, but when I came back, it allowed me to just enter the world of Hartsville as an adult rather than a kid, and it still made me feel like I was at home. So this is my town, and I love it, and it's got the biggest heart ever. My husband and I own Vintage, and I basically do all the marketing and all the booking for the live music. We're a pub that brings in so many different aspects of the world, not just what you're drinking, but just the vibe, the feel. But also, we provide cheers. You will leave here knowing pretty much everybody and feeling like, oh my God, well, they're my best friends.
Hartsville is the home to strong businesses. We have small businesses and we have the very large businesses. It's home to a Fortune 500 company in downtown. We're a place for you to come and find an eclectic group of restaurants and shops, and in a situation where that you can walk from one place to another. Education is very important to our community. Coker started as Coker College and now has grown into Coker University. We are truly a college town with a university right downtown, half a block away. And we also are home to the Governor's School of Science and Math, which gives us access to faculty from around the world as part of our community. We also get to be host to some of the brightest students in the state. And they bring a vibe and an excitement to our downtown and our city as a whole that we can't replace.
I grew up here in Hartsville, and this building that we're in now was my grandfather's feed and seed store. He started the business when he got back from World War II. I go off to school, get my degree, I come back to Hartsville, just get really lucky and get a job at Sunoco, the big manufacturing company here in town. I was in the research department. I was there for about 10 years, and I realized what it was about small businesses that my granddad and my dad felt, just the culture of it. So I decided to leave that position, and I started a little consulting company. And a number of years later, my buddy Zach shows up with this idea. I mean, we designed Wild Heart to be an awesome place for Hartsville. We were visiting the construction site about 75% of the way through, and she stops and said, you know, this place isn't just Casey's, and it's not just yours. This place is Hartsville's. And when he told me that, like, it made a tear come to my eye because it really put into words what we were trying to do, and I had never been able to wrap it up that tightly. Like, that Hartsville was envisioned and designed as a place for Hartsville to enjoy and be proud of, and for us to be a part of the community.
Please record your presence. We're in quorum call.
For attention while we have an introduction. Senator from Chester.
Thank you, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate. It's my distinct honor to welcome just a friend of mine that's here visiting today, and that's Brett Robinson. And just to tell you a little bit about, why I ran for the Senate, and that is everyday folks like Brett Robinson. Him and his lovely wife, Tiffany, have 2 wonderful children, one of which that was playing baseball at Limestone when Limestone had their conundrum, we'll call it, this past year. Is he at USC Beaufort now? Is that right? Okay, so Maddox and his little sister are both wonderful people. They live in Anderson County, but Brett's got a special place in my heart. He was one of my favorite people at Lander University. He's a South Carolina person through and through. Senator Martin, I bought my wife's engagement ring from his granddaddy's jewelry store in downtown Union, Smith's Jewelers. So, it's people like this that we come down here and work for every day. We see so many exceptional people, but it's the common people of the state that are nearest and dearest to my heart, and I consider myself one of those. So I would like for y'all just to recognize and welcome Brett Robinson to the South Carolina Senate today.
Please stand and be recognized. We're delighted to have you visiting with us today. Thank you. Senator from Anderson, what purpose do you rise? Senator Gamble, what purpose do you rise?
Doctor of the day.
You're recognized. Introduce the Doctor of the Day. Senators from Anderson, Senator Gamble and Senator Cash are recognized to introduce the Doctor of the Day.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm joined at the podium by Dr. Richard Cash from Anderson, the fellow senator. Today, ladies and gentlemen, the Doctor of the Day is Dr. Christopher Gross. He's from Anderson County. He's in family medicine, and he graduated from that little school 38 miles up the road from my house called Clemson University. And he's completing his residency requirements at ANMED. And he'll be practicing in the big town of Honey Path, my hometown, starting in August. And I can officially fudge for his credentials because he helped me feel a lot better about a month ago. And I appreciate him, and we'd like to have everybody welcome him to the Senate today as our Doctor of the Day. Welcome, Doctor.
Doctor, thank you for being here as our Doctor of the Day. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you, Senators from Anderson. Senator from Orangeburg, what purpose do you rise?
Introduction, please.
You're recognized for introduction.
Members, today we are really proud to have some family members from a great artist from Orangeburg County. Lee Malrich does wonderful mosaic work, among other things. And today we're joined by her daughter, Brady, and the grandson, Benjamin. Y'all stand, please. Ben is a 6th grader at Beechwood Middle School in Lexington 1, and we're so happy to have y'all join us today. Please tell your grandmother and your mother hello.
Welcome to the Senate. Enjoy your time with us here today. We're delighted to have you visiting with us. Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Purpose of an introduction.
You're recognized, sir, for an introduction.
Of the Senate who represent beach communities to join me as well, because we have the beach advocates in the balcony.
We've got a spot for him. Thank you, Mr. President. Up in the balcony, we have members and leaders of the Beach Advocates Organization. These are mayors, and some of them are administrators in counties and cities and municipalities that have beachfront on the beach. And the Beach Advocates are in the State House today to advocate for state funding source for beach preservation. So why should those of you who don't live on the beach think we should support beach preservation? Well, because a lot of you like to go to the beach, I'm sure many of you do, but also because of the massive economic impact that beaches have in South Carolina. The economic impact of tourism is nearly $24 billion per year. Most of that actually is along the coast on the beach. The direct state tax revenue from beach tourism is $1.2 billion. South Carolina's beaches are the greatest tourist attraction in the state. 140 million people visit South Carolina's beaches each year. After the pandemic, Myrtle Beach is the second highest place where people want to go to after COVID. For every $1 the state invests in beaches, tourists generate over $1,200 in economic development and over $250 in state taxes for every dollar spent on the beach. Nourished beaches buffer and provide a buffer for direct impacts of hurricanes. A healthy beach makes a resilient coast. We are in need of renourishment funds in order to renourish these beaches, which are an economic engine for the state of South Carolina. The average annual investment in beach preservation in South Carolina is $4 million, and I'm very appreciative of that, Mr. Chairman and others. But in Florida, it's $50 million, to give you an example of how much they're used there. Dr. James Houston, an economist, said South Carolina must be careful to maintain its beaches to continue attracting tourists at record levels. And so these are the mayors and the administrators who are responsible for managing these beaches, and their responsibility is also to find renourishment funds so that not just those who live on these beaches, but all South Carolinians and all who visit South Carolina when it comes to vacation can enjoy beautiful beaches in South Carolina. So y'all please stand up and welcome to the South Carolina Senate. Thank you for being here.
We're delighted to have you visiting with us today. Good to see you. Thank you for your service to our state.
And Mr. President, I'd like them if they could come down and take some pictures. And if anyone else wants to make any comments,
you covered.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator from Charleston. Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms, what purpose do you rise?
Purposes of an introduction.
You're recognized for introduction. Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms, for the purposes of introduction.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, I'm here today to recognize a fantastic group of parent advocates that I've had the privilege of being able to introduce over the last several years. This month, the month of March, well, it's not March yet, but next month it'll be March. And March is the Bleeding Disorder Awareness Month. With us in the gallery today are members of the Bleeding Disorder Association of South Carolina and some of my constituents. Ms. Shelley Crisp, would you please stand? Shelley is the past president of the association, and she is here with a very, very special son named Lucas. Lucas, would you please stand? Lucas has been here many times. Thank you for returning. And we also have with us Michael Mulligan and his son Connor. Would you all stand? The association was founded in 1973, over 50 years ago, by a group of parents interested in promoting research awareness for hemophilia and other rare bleeding disorders. These families worked to provide group support to other families here in South Carolina. Today, the association's mission is to raise awareness for and advocate on behalf of persons with bleeding disorders and their families, provide education and support services, and promote ongoing research to improve the quality of life for those affected. They serve all 46 counties in South Carolina, providing additional education and support services to over 1,000 families. The association is led by an outstanding executive director, Sue Martin, if you would stand. Hey, Sue. She has led this community now for over a decade. The association promotes public awareness campaigns on important public policy issues. They offer family camp weekends, kids and teen camps, and college scholarships to community members. The association was instrumental in starting the South Carolina Hemophilia Premium Assistance Program, which provides health insurance premium assistance to uninsured and underinsured South Carolinians. They also provide emergency and non-emergency financial assistance to bleeding disorder members. This saves our state millions of dollars in uncompensated care costs. The association also provides grants to help families with their bills, keeping the electricity on as well as other expenses, and they are doing a great job. I'm pleased that the Bleeding Disorders Association of South Carolina brings with them many young people to learn about the legislative process. We were in my office earlier today talking about the legislative process, how sometimes things that are worthwhile takes years sometimes in order to be accomplished in this chamber and in the chamber across the hall from us. So on behalf of Senate members, up here we've got an outstanding group, and if you would please join me in welcoming them. But before we officially welcome them to the South Carolina Senate, I believe we have a few other senators that may want to say a word.
Senator from Horry, Senator Embry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator from Berkeley, for passing the baton. Mr. President, I want to today recognize a constituent whose young life was cut short. This time last year, I met with a young man named Chase Hodges. He was from Long, South Carolina. His family are constituents of mine, and he came with the association on their legislative day, just like this group is here today. He lived with a rare and severe bleeding disorder, required constant care and access to specialized life-saving treatment. These medications are often extremely expensive and making the coverage a matter of life and death. Chase came to me and asked that I co-sponsor S-330, Senator from Anderson, Senator Gambrell's bill, the co-payment accumulator legislation, which I did. I then found out that Chase later passed away this past summer due to complications as a result of this rare disease. Today, his mother's in the gallery. Got to meet her last year. I want to recognize Shay Witt, and hey, Shay, and honor her wonderful son and what he meant to our community. Chase was special in a quiet but powerful way. He was gentle, kind, and deeply compassionate. He was a beloved son and a remarkable young man whose presence left a lasting mark on those who knew him. Even when life was hard, Chase met it with warmth and humor. Chase's life reminds us that health care is not just a system, it is personal. It's about real people. It's about real families, and it's about real hope. Today, honoring Chase is not only about remembering who he was, but carrying forward his spirit and acknowledging that the decisions that we make in this place can be life and death decisions. Thank you.
Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grimes.
Sometimes these bills are overwhelming. They absolutely are. They don't have to be, but they are. I see Lucas up there. I remember he was just a little boy. I've ridden jet skis with this little fellow right here, and I'm proud to announce that he's now on the JV baseball team, and he's doing well. But he's doing well right now. It's expensive. There's a means that we can actually help these families, and I hope we'll give the bill serious consideration this year. And at that time, members, if you would, please join me in welcoming this wonderful group to the South Carolina Senate.
Please stand and be recognized as a group. We're honored to have you with us today. Thank you for your service. Thank you. Thank you, senators. Senator from Berkeley. Senator from York, I'm sorry, let me come to Senator from Greenville. Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise? Purposes of an introduction. You're recognized for introduction. Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin.
Anyone is welcome to join me at the podium. Anyone who in this state cares about farming and the legacy of farming, as we all know we do, because we've had farmers up here on and off for several weeks, and we do a lot of legislation to try and help our farms. Anyone is welcome to join me. Mr. President, today I have, there is in the balcony a friend of mine who is the South Carolina Farm Bureau's Farmer of the Week this week. So I'm honored to introduce Chris Talley of Talley Farms in Greer. Chris joined his father over 30 years ago in farming soybeans, corn, and hay for decades on their property. Chris has also been a longtime member of the Farm Bureau, State Board, their National Legislative Committee, and that's what the group that calls on us and calling on our leaders here and in Washington and helping to give insight to how our policies and the federal policies can further benefit their mission to feeding this nation. Chris is a wonderful example of the everyday effort made on behalf of agriculture in our state, and we're proud to call him our South Carolina Farm Bureau Farmer of the Week. I had the pleasure of spending a great deal of time this morning in my office with him, really getting to know him. And as you all know, I do a little bit of farming myself, micro, but it's the people that actually undertake what I call from where I'm big time farming. Farming that puts corn on the table, puts soybeans in the things where we need soybeans and all the things that they grow. And I can't say how proud I am to have a person from Senate District 5 to be honored this week up here. So Chris, thank you, and we're glad you're here, and Talley Farms, we wish you all the best and all the success. Thank you for being here.
Welcome to the Senate. We're delighted to have you visiting today. Thank you for your service. Thank you, Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin. We appreciate it. Patiently, the Senator from York, Senator Johnson. What purpose do you ask?
To make an introduction.
You're recognized, sir, for introduction. Senator from York, Senator Johnson.
Today is a really good day in South Carolina. We have a group from Lancaster, South Carolina, who's come up here. Senator from Lancaster, you may want to join me. Not your district, but they're from the county. We have with us the Treetops Excursion Club. Those of you with the club, please stand up. So, all right. I say when I was downstairs, there were a lot more of you, but here they all are. This is a 55 and older community in the Indian Land area of Lancaster County. And I was talking with them a little earlier today, and I said, how many of you all have never been to the State House? And only probably 3 or 4 had ever been here before. And I told them, you are in for a treat because this is the most beautiful State House, and more importantly, working State House. This is not a museum. This is where we work. This is where we make the laws. But if you all would join me in welcoming the Treetops Excursion Club to the State House.
We're delighted to have you visiting your State House today. Enjoy your time with the State Senate. Thank you. Enjoy. Thank you, Senator from York. Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson. What purpose do you rise, sir?
Make an announcement.
You're recognized for the purposes of an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, you should have on your desk a document, the Natural Resources Legislative Reception. This is DNR's legislative reception every year. This is happening tonight. Many of you go regularly, but this is at a different location. So pay attention. It's the South Carolina Guard Armory. It's 551 Granby Lane in Columbia. That's on the flyer. But this is one of the most unique events of the year because you have DNR officers who are cooking wild game. And you get to taste a lot of that wild game, and you also can just get your regular chicken and whatever that if you don't want wild game. But you have opportunity to taste typically some duck and some quail and dove and breast, and it's a really good, it's a great night. So that is tonight, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at a new location. Thank you.
Senate is so informed. Thank you for that announcement. Are there any petitions, memorials, presentments of grand jury, or such like papers? No communications. I'm informed we have no communications. Therefore, we're on the introduction of new bills and resolutions. I would ask the reading clerk to please read.
Introduction of a bill by Senator Turner, and it amends the code relating to the definition of gross proceeds of sales so as to exclude amounts paid by state and local governments for the emergency services IP network.
The bill is referred to the Finance Committee.
Introduction of a bill by Senators Gambrill and Grooms. It amends the code relating to litter control officers so as to authorize litter control and code enforcement officers to request access to a blighted property and to establish procedures for the issuance of a search warrant when such access is denied.
The bill will be referred to the Judiciary Committee.
Introduction of a bill by Senator Verdon. It adds a section to the code so as to define terms related to the State Health Facility Licensure Act to provide that patient beds may be used in hallways, corridors, and other means of egress during a justified emergency upon the discretion of the on-site emergency physician.
The bill is being referred to the Medical Affairs Committee.
Bill by Senator Sutton, which adds a section to the code so as to create the Tuition Gap Scholarship Program for the purposes of ensuring that eligible students receive life scholarships, Hope scholarships, or Palmetto Fellow scholarships, have their remaining tuition costs fully covered during any semester in which they receive such scholarship awards.
The bill is referred to the Education Committee.
Introduction of House Bill 5140. This bill amends a code relating to the regulation of notarial fees so as to increase the maximum fees to $10.
This bill is being referred to the Family and Veteran Services Committee.
Introduction of H 4752. This bill amends a code relating to requirements for licensure as a barber so as to remove the apprenticeship requirement.
The bill is referred to the Labor, Commerce, and Industry Committee.
Introduction of H 4730. Bill amends a code relating to exemptions of sign and billboard installation, repair, or maintenance from contractors' licensure so as to include billboard structures.
This bill is also being referred to the Labor, Commerce, and Industry Committee.
Introduction of House Bill 4709. Bill adds a section to the code so as to require a public entity entering into a contract for a public works project or the purchase of materials for a public works project must include in the contract a requirement that any iron or steel products permanently incorporated in the project be produced in the United States of America.
The bill will be referred to the Finance Committee.
Introduction of H 3774. This is a bill which amends a code relating to notice requirements for filing a third-party action in a workman's compensation claim so as to make the filing of a notice form permissive.
The bill will be referred to the Judiciary Committee.
Introduction of H 5162. Bill adds a section to the code so as to define terms pertaining to the financial exploitation of eligible adults and to outline a procedure for establishing emergency contacts for eligible adults to protect eligible adults from financial exploitation.
The bill is referred to the Banking and Insurance Committee.
Introduction of House Bill 5205. This bill adds an article to the code so as to require each public college, university, and technical college in the state to implement a safety training program for all new students and provide exclusions.
This bill will be referred to the Education Committee.
Introduction of H 5229. It's a concurrent resolution. It's to express the belief of the General Assembly that NASCAR racing is an integral and vital part of the state of South Carolina and its economy, and to recognize and congratulate Darlington Raceway on continuing to host 2 NASCAR race weekends that generate significant economic impact to the state of South Carolina as one of our state's most treasured attractions, and to name the weeks around both races, March the 15th through the 22nd, and the traditional Labor Day weekend, August 30th through September 6th, as Darlington Raceway Week, 2 weeks.
Resolution has been referred to the Labor, Commerce, and Industry Committee.
Introduction of H 5238. It's a concurrent resolution. It's to support and encourage all efforts to reduce waste generation and increase opportunities for waste diversion through recycling initiatives in order to address decreasing disposal capacity.
Resolution would be referred to the Medical Affairs Committee. I'm informed that the desk is clear. Go to page 5 on the calendar, please. Statewide third reading bills. First up is S. 858. Now the senator from Aiken, senator from Beaufort. What purpose do you rise, sir?
Carry over.
Motion is to carry over S 858. All those in favor of the motion to carry it over, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That bill is carried over. Turn with me to page 6 on the calendar. Still third reading, statewide uncontested S 420 by the senator from Aiken. The reading clerk will please publish.
It's a bill amending the code relating to authorized investments by political subdivisions so as to allow a qualified retiree post-employment benefit trust maintained for the benefit of political subdivision retirees to invest in certain corporate debt issued by United States corporations.
Question is, third reading of S 420. All those in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is given a third reading. Further on page 6, S 723 by the senator from Lancaster, Senator Blackman, and others. Reading clerk, please read.
It's a bill amending the code relating to first, second, and third degree sexual exploitation of a minor, defined presumptions, defenses, penalties, so as to increase the minimum penalty to 5 years.
Question is, third reading of S 723. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill's ordered a third reading. Senator from Richland, Senator Walker. We continue on our calendar on page 7, middle of the page, S 853. We have an amendment on the desk. We're in third reading. I'd ask the reading clerk to publish the amendment.
The amendment is by Senator Bright. It amends the bill. It adds a new section to read.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright can give a brief explanation before we give consideration for amendments on third reading. Senator from Spartanburg.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, this would just not allow data centers to participate in this credit. We've got a lot of concern in my area with data centers, especially with incentives. So if we can have a vote on this amendment, this would just First, we've got to choose if we're going to deal with the amendment, but if we decide to, this would just not allow data centers to participate.
Question is, allowing the amendment on third requires a 3/5 vote. Is there objection to taking up the amendment? Hearing no objection. Senator from Aiken, what purpose do you rise, sir?
I was out of the chamber speaking with a constituent about a matter, and I'm parliamentary inquiry. We'd like to know what bill we're on and what page.
We're on page 7, third reading, uncontested. Is there objection to taking up that amendment? I hear, I'm sorry? Objection hasn't been heard. So we'd have to have a vote, a 3/5 vote. Pending question is allowing that under 26B, 3/5 is required. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright, what purpose do you rise?
I move to carry over the bill.
Motion is carry over the bill. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. I'd ask you to vote more generally. All those in carrying over S 853 would say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. So we're back to the question of allowing the amendment requires 3/5.
As for, will it require a roll call, parliamentary inquiry?
Does not require a roll call.
I request a roll call.
Roll call has been requested on the 3/5 vote to allow the amendment on third. Do 5 members second that call? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. More than enough. Senator from Spartanburg, before we do the roll call, Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Just want to make it clear for the new members, we're voting on whether or not to even take up and debate the amendment. So a yes vote allows discussion on the amendment.
That is the question that's before us, is whether to allow the amendment on third under our rules. Roll call has been requested. More than enough have seconded that request. Roll call has been ordered. The clerk has been ringing the bell. The reading clerk will call the roll of the Senate.
Mr. Adams. Aye. Mr. Alexander. Aye. Mr. Allen. Aye. Mr. Bennett. Aye. Mr. Blackman. Not voting, Mr. Bright. Aye. Mr. Kempson. No. Mr. Cash. Aye. Mr. Chaplin. No. Mr. Clymer. Aye. Mr. Corbin. Aye. Mr. Cromer. No. Mr. Davis. Aye. Mrs. Devine. Aye. Mr. Elliott. Not voting, Mr. Fernandez. Aye. Mr. Gambrill. Aye. Mr. Garrett. Aye. Mr. Goldfinch. Aye. Mr. Graham. Votes aye. Mr. Grooms. Aye. Mr. Hembry. Aye. Mr. Hutto. Aye. Mr. Jackson. Aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Kennedy. Aye. Mr. Kimbrell. Mr. Kimbrell has leave. Mr. Lieber. Aye. Mr. Martin. Aye. Mr. Massey. Aye. Mrs. Matthews. Not voting, Mr. Ott. Aye. Mr. Peeler. Aye. Mr. Rankin. Mr. Rankin not voting, Mr. Rickenbaugh. Votes aye. Mr. Rice. Aye. Mr. Sabb. No. Mr. Stubbs. Aye. Mr. Sutton. Votes aye. Mr. Tedder. Aye. Mr. Turner. Aye. Mr. Verdon. Aye. Mr. Walker. Aye. Mr. Williams. Votes aye. Mr. Young. Aye. Mr. Zell. Aye.
Of all senators voted, Senator Rankin votes aye. Senator Elliott votes aye. Further members wishing to cast your vote? Final call. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 39 to 4, the motion is adopted. We proceed to the amendment. Ask the reading clerk to please publish the amendment.
The amendment is by Senator Bright, amends the bill by adding a new section to read.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright, what purpose
Wish to be
do you
heard.
raise? You're recognized on your amendment. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, I appreciate the opportunity for this amendment on third. We had a great day yesterday. I want to compliment the Chairman of Finance again on our bill that reduced income taxes in South Carolina. And this other bill came up, and then after we passed it, the more I thought about it, the more I got concerned about the possibility of these credits being used for data centers, which the folks in my district are passionate, and in my county are extremely passionate about these data centers. And if we gave these kind of tax credits to bring in a data center, which I've been told that this bill will probably not do, which I think that's great, but you know, it's better to go ahead and put it in writing, and that way we know it won't happen. So that's the point of this amendment and the purpose of this amendment.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you rise, sir?
See if the senator from Spartanburg would yield.
For a question.
Senator yields.
Senator yields for question.
Senator, it's my understanding, at least to the dialogue yesterday, that certain entities wouldn't be allowed in these buildings anyway, right? So do you foresee your amendment causing any problems for anything that's already planned out?
No, I don't think it's a hostile amendment. I think it just lays out that we're not going to provide subsidies for data centers. And that's, if someone took advantage of this for a data center, which again, I've been told that's highly unlikely, but if they did, then we would be in fact subsidizing these data centers.
So since we were told it's highly unlikely, it's not going to happen, this amendment should just make doggone good sure it's not going to happen, right?
Absolutely. This is an insurance policy is what it is.
Senator from Darlington, what purpose do you rise?
See if Senator yield for questions.
Senator yield for questions.
Senator yields.
Senator yields for questions.
Senator, are you aware of how many abandoned buildings are in rural South Carolina?
Well, Senator, that's why we passed this bill unanimously yesterday, so they could get those tax credits. This is just one area where they would not get the tax credit. So it would be open it up for everything else, and hopefully, you know, this, as I was told, I'm not aware of where this would impact anything, but we're just trying to keep that from happening.
I guess what I'm saying with that is, if you were aware of the fact that a lot of these small rural communities do not have that exact same view toward data centers that Spartanburg does. In fact, some of them would love to try and get a data center in their area because they pay property taxes, they use the local water supply, and it would be a good boon to their area, despite the fact what Spartanburg may think.
And I've been told there's a bill in the House to put a moratorium on these data centers, so I would advise you to fight that, but I think, you know, we agree on many things, but subsidizing these data centers and the situation that we have, and I know that technology is advancing, but we're still talking about subsidization, which I'm against it in a lot of forms, but I understand the purpose of the bill, and that's why I didn't stand in the way of the bill itself, but I would like to have an opportunity to have a vote on this amendment. And I may not be able to convince you to my side, but I do think that most South Carolinians are probably in opposition to that.
Well, Senator, did you know, did you know that basically I see something like data centers as a major asset to rural South Carolina, and calling out specifically data centers in an instance like this may possibly be viewed as an assault on rural South Carolina. And I just want to make sure you knew these things in case you did not, that things like this may be hot topics in Spartanburg, but they are very concerning in other areas.
Senator, I appreciate that, and I see there's other questions.
Senator, I'm going to come to the Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, then I'll come to the Senator from Beaufort. What
Senator
purpose do you
Yield?
rise, sir? For
Senator
questions.
Yields.
Senator Yields.
Senator, did you know that most of this year, I've been fighting a data center developers trying to place a data center in the headwaters of the Ace Basin?
Yes,
you know, I've been
yes,
fighting
sir.
that?
Yes, sir. I'm aware. Yes, Senator.
You know what the Ace Basin is?
That is in your neck of the woods.
That's
Yes.
God's country, if
Yes,
there ever
Senator.
is God's country. That's where the Ashepoo, Cumbie, and Edisto rivers meet and form St. Helena Sound, the beautiful Ace Basin, that for 38 years we have worked to protect that ecosystem, and it is largely protected. And a data center, County Council proposed a data center, and I think we've convinced them that they should go look somewhere else, as opposed to this beautiful rural farmland at the headwaters of the Ashepoo River, headwaters of the Ace Basin. But did you know, and I'm no fan for data centers. I mean, I authored an amendment along with the senator from Edgefield to make sure data centers pay for all of their new generating capacity. And we lost that on that debate during the energy bill. So I'm no real fan, but I do, this is my position, did you know, is that if we are going to have them, I don't want them in places like the Ace Basin. I'd rather have them in places like abandoned industrial plants or abandoned buildings that already have, for probably 100 years or more, already been there. And I saw it, and did you know that, do you know which state is the kingdom of data centers?
I'm not aware, Senator.
It's Virginia.
Virginia.
One reason is because everyone wants to get the first peek as to what Congress has just done and how can I capitalize upon the bill that just passed, and I get it nanoseconds more than the next guy, and I'm trading stocks and bonds. That's why it's the kingdom of data centers, and because they had no regulatory scheme in place.
And Senator, I believe that that's why so many people are moving to South Carolina, because we care about that balance. We care about protecting our resources, and that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, I do care for that. And I saw a special on the data centers in Virginia, and they're building data centers right next to what used to be nice subdivisions, right up next to, you open your back door to let Fido out, and Fido's looking straight at a data center and all the noise, the humming and all that. And so that's the worst place to put data centers, is places that are conservation areas like the Ace Basin, that are neighborhoods like they're doing in Virginia. And that's why I think I'm opposed to your amendment, because it's really where there are already been industrialized areas, and they also generally have the power, because you need like 130 to 260 kV power. That's massive amounts of power. That's as much power as one half of the Kennedy's generating plant's going to produce. That's the magnitude of it. But I really think this is where we should put them.
So if Black history is cumbersome to you, I'm sorry to hear that.
You said, I missed what you said there as you trailed off, because you were ascribing some belief that I might have. What was that belief that
No. I said, if Black history, adding these amendments, is a problem to you, I hate to hear that.
Oh.
Because you said it's cumbersome to have all of these amendments, which my amendments highlight African American history. And so we as a Black people want our history to be told. we do not want our history to be whitewashed. And so to allow our history to be told authentically, we feel that some of these documents should be a part of this piece of legislation.
Well, I very much appreciate your position and your voicing these concerns, and I wait to see all of the amendments this afternoon. It's going to be a long day. Thank you, sir, very much.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. And I will tell you that as we legislate here together, it is important to understand each and everyone's background and appreciate the diversity that each one of us bring to the table here. And what me and my colleagues who happen to be Black are asking is that our history be told as we try to do the historical moments here in this piece of legislation.
All right, Mr. Frank, Ms. Landon. Ms. Landon is recognized for question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative King, we serve together on judiciary, as you well know. And are you aware that this list, I know you're well aware that the list was meant to be historical references as to the tying in of why have the 10 Commandments, and then here are a number of historical documents that talk about the impact of God and faith in documents that we have, such as Mayflower Compact, such as Emancipation Proclamation, Declaration of Independence. Are you aware that this list was suggestive and never meant to be exclusive?
Well, I do believe that it is exclusive. I mean, it excludes a group of people who would like to be a part of this piece of legislation, and that's the Black legislators and the Black citizens of this state. And that's why we present these amendments to make sure and to ensure that the history of Black South Carolinians and Black Americans are not left out. And so to you, my colleague, I ask that you support our amendments as we try to highlight the rich history that Black folk in South Carolina and across this country has and should be a part of this piece of legislation.
And do you know that I agree 100% with you that Black history is American history?
That is correct.
And that we need to embrace that history. And I'm sorry if there have been places that you have recently seen. I recently read in the paper that there was somewhere that some books were removed, like at Fort Sumter, and I'm going to find out what those books were, because we should not be removing books that are about history of any of us. However, let me repeat myself when I say it was not meant to be an exclusive list, it was a suggestive list, because if we had a list that included all the important documents that reference things that are really critical to the history of this country, it could be a bill that's thousands of pages long. There are so many books, there are so many.
Sorry, Ms. Landon. Ms. King, your first 10 minutes has expired. Do you wish to have a second 10 minutes? All right, Mr. King is recognized for a second 10 minutes.
So finishing that thought, it's not about we don't want to have that if anybody votes against, including Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass was a hero, and he was an icon of history. Tabling that amendment was not about trying to erase Frederick Douglass or his importance in history. It was about the fact that this bill would turn into something that would be 1,000 pages long if we included, my mother was a history teacher, history major, and I could tell you if we included all of it, and I think you might actually be a history major, but if we included everything that was relevant, this would be an incredibly long bill, and it might actually be really hard to get it done. It was meant to be a suggestive list. When you put the 10 Commandments, you can also list, for example, these historical documents. It was never meant to say, and don't put any up there about Black history, or don't put any up there about whatever. As a matter of fact, I think you recall, do you recall that we actually have a colleague on the committee, Representative Henderson Meyer? Well, we're not supposed to call out names, but this was a very positive thing. It was her amendment to bring the Emancipation Proclamation, and I went up to her afterwards and I thanked Rosalind, because I said that really should have been on the list from the beginning. So we wanted some major examples so people could see the relevance. Does that make sense?
Well, let me say this. To answer, even though you didn't ask me a question, I want to respond to your commentary. Now, granted, America has a rich history. You chose not, and some of our other colleagues chose not, to put your amendments up to include other items of history that you would like to have in it. These are items that, along with some of my colleagues, we chose that we would like to have as part of this piece of legislation. It allows and it reaffirms to South Carolina and to the educational society that this chamber, this General Assembly, believes in telling the history of black folk. As everyone in this room who watches the news and hear about the book bans and what is not to be taught in school, we have heard about how black history is being eliminated. And that is true. It is being eliminated across the country. And in a way that many of my colleagues, we are offended that our history is not being told. And in doing that, we put up these amendments to reaffirm the citizens of South Carolina that this General Assembly is not going to stand by and allow black history to be erased in South Carolina. So the goal of these amendments is to allow South Carolina to honor the rich history and to honor the contributions of African American people and the contributions they have given to America. And so that's why you see us put these amendments up. And it baffles us to see that our colleagues don't feel that our history is important enough to honor our history and vote for these amendments. So your vote, as you may take it one way, we as black people are offended because you all are talking about historical moments in this piece of legislation. And all we're asking is that those historical moments that surrounded around the black American history be reaffirmed in this piece of legislation.
Representative King, do you believe the Gettysburg Address is a major piece of history in terms of a document?
I believe that that is part of our history. And if you want to go and get an amendment to have that put in this, I will vote with you. If that's the history that you want to put in there, this is the history. Let me finish. This is the history that I found that was important to me, that I find that is not being taught in public education. This just reaffirms to many public schools that this General Assembly supports African American history being taught in public education.
Do you believe that by not having the Gettysburg Address on this list, that we are therefore as a body excluding teachers and classrooms from displaying the Gettysburg Address?
I don't know what you believe. I can't answer that for you and what the school district is, but what I can affirm to you is that I believe that if we don't put this in this piece of legislation, our kids will not learn black history, will not learn about these important historical moments of black history in America. So while you may take it on that side, I would say go get an amendment, put your amendment up, let's vote on it, but don't exclude my history because you feel like something else should be in there. What I'm saying to you is there has not been an assault on the two things that you have brought up, but my history in the United States right now, the black history has had an assault on it, trying to eliminate it, trying to change the written, writing it differently to say that black people were happy to be enslaved, that we were enriched for being enslaved. That is what's being said. And so I'm asking that the truth be told, and that's why we're asking that these items be placed in this particular piece of legislation.
And I'll just go back to my original question, which was a question. Do you see that these are suggestive documents, not exclusive documents? And I think the answer you've given me is that no, you think that because these were named, everything else is excluded. And I think the intent of the bill, because I was there when it was being debated, is to have these be suggestions, but there could be many, many, many other things that are
So
displayed.
you've answered my question. If you know that these are just suggestions, why can't this be put in there as suggestions as well? So I'm very clear where you are, Representative Landing. So let me be very clear with you. Help me vote to put this in the bill as a suggestion, and the ones that will follow, let's make all of these suggestions to the school so that my history is at least suggested to the school system that they do display this as well. Thank you so very much.
All right, Mr. Bamberg speaking on the amendment now. So Mr. Bamberg is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today, I'm in support of this particular amendment, and I want to just have a discussion with the body here. When we get to talking about race and history of race in South Carolina, in this country, it's a very, very touchy thing with a lot of people for various reasons. And depending on who you ask, they all will feel different. One thing that I brought up in committee when we were taking this bill up, Representative Cobb Hunter, is that the bill itself requires what? It says shall place the 10 Commandments in every classroom of every public school. And then it goes on, as Representative Landing brought up, it says they may use X. They may put this document up. And that is where some people can look at this and view this bill as a sort of revisionist style recounting of history. And I think that's what Representative King is getting at with this amendment and some others. For example, if you look at, it may include the Northwest Ordinance of 1787, right? It doesn't have to have that in there. That doesn't have to be one of the suggestions. But then it goes on to say, if you do use that particular document, then you have to use this language from that document. And page 10 of the bill, line 18, it references Article 6 of that particular document. And it gives this description. We're talking about a historical document tied to this country's creation in the American territories, and it says, there shall be neither slave nor involuntary servitude in this said territory. And we're telling our public schools, hey, if you got to put the 10 Commandments up, you may use this document, and if you use this document, you have to use this language. But then the bill was devoid of other parts of history as it pertains to the founding of the country or tied to the state of South Carolina that many minorities feel contributes to, they think, they believe, and they have lived that it contributes to this form of revisionist history. And what do I mean by that? Why don't we include in the bill, you may list the secessionist articles from when South Carolina decided, after being one of the original 13 colonies, it says, I don't want to be a part of America anymore. And the reason why I don't want to be a part of America is due to, quote, the North's, the way that they are treating slavery, right? That's what the secessionist articles say. But we don't put that in here. So, yes, certain things in race are not easy to talk about, but it's important to talk about. And I think everybody understands and appreciates history. And some of this bill is, and I'm going to talk about this later, it's this concept of history on the outside, but not on the inside. When you go and you look at history, and this is why it matters to a lot of people, and I've mentioned this before, South Carolina, and I'm not saying that anyone is doing that with this bill, but I'm explaining to you why people look at this bill the way that they do. South Carolina has historically told history in a certain way. And if you don't believe me, go outside of the State House. And there's this giant statue of Pitchfork Ben Tillman. And that statue was put up in the 1940s in response to certain things. Now, some history in this state with regards to him is told what? One of the original founders of Clemson University, one of the original board members, right? But what no one talks about is that Clemson was created initially, and Tillman ended up involved so that Clemson, after the death of the person who created it, there would never be black students. That's history. But South Carolina doesn't tell that. When Ben Tillman was governor in the state of South Carolina, one of the last lynchings that occurred in this state happened in Denmark, South Carolina. My area, back when we were a part of Barnwell County. And do you think that the governor of South Carolina stepped in to stop all of this? No, he didn't. And then he ran and he went to Congress. And his statue was put up in the 40s, okay? Go read the inscription on the statue yourself. That is one version of history that is told by state government. But there's another version of history that's never told. And I'm going to read this to you, and then I'm going to sit down. And this is a speech that was given on March 23rd of 1900, Representative Cobb Hunter, and it's called Their Own Hot-Headedness. And this speech is given by Senator Benjamin R. Pitchfork Tillman in the United States Congress. And he says, I want to ask the senator this proposition in arithmetic. In my state were 135,000 Negro votes, or Negroes of voting age, and some 90,000 or 95,000 white voters. General Canby set up a carpetbag government there and turned our state over to this majority. Now I want to ask you, with a free vote and a fair count, how are you going to beat 135,000 by 95,000? How are you going to do it? You had set us an impossible task. You had handcuffed us and thrown away the key, and you propped your carpetbag Negro government with bayonets. Wherever it was necessary to sustain the government, you held it up by the army. Mr. President, I have not the facts and figures here, but I want the country to get a full view of the southern side of this question and the justification for anything we did. We were sorry we had the necessity forced upon us, but we could not help it. And as white men, we are not sorry for it, and we do not propose to apologize for anything we have done in connection with it. We took the government away from them in 1876. We did take it. If no other senator has come here previous to this time who would acknowledge it, more is the pity. We have had no fraud in our elections in South Carolina since 1884. There has been no organized Republican Party in the state. We did not disenfranchise the Negroes until 1895. Then we had a constitutional convention convened which took the matter up calmly, deliberately, and avowedly, with the purpose of disenfranchising as many of them as we could under the 14th and 15th Amendments. We adopted the educational qualification as the only means left to us, and the Negro is as contented and as preposterous and as well protected in South Carolina today as in any state in the Union south of the Potomac. He is not meddling with politics, for he found that the more he meddled with them, the worse off he got. As to his quote-unquote rights, I will not discuss them now. We of the South have never recognized the right of the Negro to govern white men, and we never will. We have never believed him to be equal to the white man, and we will not submit to his gratifying his lust on our wives and daughters without lynching him. I would to God the last one of them was in Africa, and that none of them had ever been brought to our shores, but I will not pursue the subject further. That is what I'm talking about when I speak of the history in this state and why some people think about this state and think about parts of these bills the way that we do. And I've said it before, all of us have to walk into the state of South Carolina, walk under that man's statue every day just to come up here and fight. So I don't blame Representative King or others for looking at a bill which, again, the intended purpose, I don't see it as trying to down black people. I don't think anybody in here wants to try to down black people with this bill, but I would hope that this body, through my voice, may get a little more understanding of why some folks view race relations in the manner that they do, because how we recite history, what we force in these classrooms, what we suggest to them as appropriate to put on the wall of a class, and what we leave out does matter. Because if it wasn't for government doing that, Pitchfork Ben Tillman, A, wouldn't be out there on the grounds, and the words that describe his legacy, his history in this state, would say something other than what it does, given the speech.
Mr. Bamberger, excuse me, but your first 10 minutes has expired. Do you wish to take a second 10 minutes?
No, Mr. Speaker,
Right,
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bamberger. All right, Mr. Jordan's recognized to speak on the amendment. Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Speaker, very quickly, two things. Remember, trying to stay close to the Louisiana legislation because it's proven it has a legal path. And secondly, again, just to remind, this is not a prohibition from these documents that we're running through that are in these amendments to say these can't be, shouldn't be a part of educating our children. So move to table, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Ms. McDaniel, because you stood up, I'll let you be the one recognized as calling the roll call. And non-members second the request. Non-members do. So pending question is tabling amendment. Ms. Jordan made a motion table. Let me say that first. So pending questions, table amendment number 6. Roll call's ordered. Voting on the board. Mr. Huff is recognized during roll call for a special introduction. Mr. Huff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor on behalf of the Greenville delegation to recognize up in the balcony one of my predecessors, former Representative Eric Bedingfield is up there, but beside him, Dr. Miller from Greenville Tech, and he's got some students as well as employee with him there. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for lunch. We appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your time here with us at the State House. Thank you all.
Welcome to the State House. Hope you enjoy your visit today. Thank you for what you do. I have all members record your presence. I mean, golly. Any objection cutting roll call short? I am tired. All right. No objection to cutting roll call short. Clerk, polls closed. Clerk will tabulate by a vote of 79 to 33. The House tables amendment number 6. All right, Mr. Long, what purpose do you rise?
Move the previous question.
All right, Mr. Long moves the previous question. So, all right, who asked for a tabling motion? Mr. Grant asked to move to table the previous question. All right, I heard it. Who said roll call? I heard it from somewhere. Oh, Mr. Long. My ears are ringing today, sorry. Mr. Long requests a roll call to non-members second the request. Non-members do. Voting on the board. Table a motion for a roll call. All right, during roll call, Mr. Gilliard is recognized to make an announcement. Mr. Gilliard.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, sad to say I have to bring you some bad news. Charleston has lost another giant. Her name is Miss Christine Osborne Jackson. She was an icon in the Charleston community, founder of the YWCA in Charleston. She's a longtime friend of many, including mine. She was the first cousin of the late, great Coretta Scott King. You're talking about losing a giant. Once again, it's like it's been a bad month. The state of South Carolina, Greenville, and especially Charleston. So I'm going to ask everybody to please consider standing in a moment of silence for Ms. Christine Osborne Jackson.
All right, members, please rise and guest as we go to the Lord in a moment of silence for Christine Osborne Jackson. Please bow your heads.
Thank you, sir.
Amen. All right, time's expired. Polls closed. Clerk will tabulate. By 23 to 73, the House refuses to table the cloture motion. So now the pending question is the cloture. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Loud minority. I can't hear well. I've always told you that. I need hearing aids. So cloture is hereby invoked.
Yes, sir.
All right, members, we are in cloture, and under cloture, clerk staff cannot accept any more amendments. Debate on each amendment currently on the desk is limited to the proponents of an amendment or to 3 minutes in favor of the amendment, and opponents are limited to 3 minutes against the amendment. After the disposal of the amendments on this bill, there's 2 hours of debate. Proponents get 60 minutes on the bill, and opponents get 60 minutes on the bill, with no member speaking more than 10 minutes. Clerk's going to keep track of these time periods, and each member will be informed by the desk as when they're speaking. Need to inform the desk before they speak whether they're speaking in favor or opposing the amendments or speaking on the bill. So with that, we're on the next amendment. Amendment number 7, clerk will read.
Number 7, John Richard Christopher King. Number 7.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have
Hold on, I haven't recognized you, Ms. King. Ms. King is recognized to speak on the amendment. Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to those that are listening and those that are in the chamber. It is definitely, this amendment is a good amendment that will probably be voted down because of, how do I want to say it, is my colleagues not wanting to debate a bill in its full because they can't fathom the idea of honoring the history of black people in this state. So when you call people out and want to debate issues in this chamber, they call to close the debate, give you 3 minutes to speak on the bill, and then they want to turn you on the amendment, and then they want to turn you off. But let me say this. While you try to silence us about the history of Ida B. Wells, what you will learn is that my ancestors, the people whose DNA I have inside of me, has taught me about days like this. They taught me to be strong. They taught me to not be afraid to stand up. And I'm unapologetically an African-American black male in this chamber. And I will continue to fight that my history be told and not be erased. And you all have just did that today. On every vote that we have done, you have said black folk don't matter in South Carolina. But let me tell you what black folk are doing in South Carolina. They are talking about Ida B. Wells in our homes. They are talking about every one of these amendments, because what we are not going to allow you to do is not educate our children. We will do it ourselves. And so while you try to shut us out of the debate, while you try to eliminate our voices, while you and these people up in D.C. try to stop our folk from voting, we've been through those days, and we will fight and continue to fight for our people and our story. Shame on this General Assembly and this chamber for trying to say that black history doesn't matter. And I don't care how you frame it or what you say about it. I'm going to call you out. You can like me or dislike me. But when you want to hurt a group of people, your people that sit in this chamber with you, you vote against amendments that express our history. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, thank you, but shame on South Carolina today.
All right. Mr. Jordan's recognized to speak against the amendment. Mr. Jordan.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to make it abundantly clear. Again, no prohibition whatsoever from teaching the things we're talking about. It's just the question of there isn't an existing, as there has been in the past, a prohibition, legal prohibition against the Ten Commandments. Therefore, we're creating a navigable path for that to exist. Doesn't, on the other hand, then preclude some of the things that we're talking about in these amendments, and therefore not necessitating a legal path, because there already is a legal path. Move to table, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Pending question is adoption of Amendment 7. And Mr. Weston Newton moves to table Amendment number 7. And who call roll call? Mr. Grant requests a roll call. Do non-members second that request? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Non-members do now. Voting on the board, tabling Amendment number 7. Mr. Hyatt's recognized to quick introduction during the roll call. Mr.
Thank you,
Hyatt.
Mr. Speaker. Up in the balcony today, we have some fine folks from Tri-County Tech. If you'll stand up, we have President Galen DeHay. My phone went off. Darren Lipscomb, Jeremy McCracken, and A.J. Willoughby, along with Mr. Dan Cooper back there somewhere behind them, I think. We're glad to have y'all with us, and thank you for lunch today, and it's good to see all y'all. Thank y'all.
Welcome to the State House. Hope you enjoy your visit. Thank you for being here today. All members voted. Any objection, cutting roll call short? Hearing none, polls closed. Clerk tabulate. By a vote of 73 to 33, the House tables Amendment number 7. That brings us to Amendment number 8. Clerk will read.
Mr. King, number 8, John King.
Mr. King is recognized to explain Amendment number 8. Mr. King. All right, Mr. Rivers, you recognize to explain Amendment number 8. Mr. Moore is now going to explain Amendment number 8. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You guys are going to probably table this one as well, but you shouldn't. One of the things that I want to try to remind everybody is that when Moses was given the Ten Commandments on Mount Sinai, that was in Africa. I mean, we're talking about this happened in Africa. And so African Americans here in South Carolina and across the country, we support the Ten Commandments. And this is another spiritual leader that should be included in this legislation is Dr. King. And this specifically talks about his letter from the Birmingham jail in 1963, and the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Again, y'all got to remember, we're talking about African American history when you're talking about the Ten Commandments. So I don't see why any of these amendments that Brother King is putting up that you guys are tabling and not supporting. So I move for patches.
Pending question is adoption of amendment number 8. Mr. Jordan moves to table amendment number 8. Who asked for roll call? Mr. King asked for a roll call. The 9 members second his request. 9 members do. The question is tabling amendment number 8, voting on the board. All members voted. Any objection to cutting the roll call short? Noted. Time has expired. Clerk will close the poll and tabulate by a vote of 76-31. Amendment number 8 has been tabled. Clerk will read.
Next amendment, number 9, Mr. King. Number 9.
Representative Robert Williams is recognized on amendment number 9.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I just kind of find this so ironic that we're here debating this particular bill. On my desk, we got, and pretty much on all of your desks, that we received this 250th anniversary piece as we celebrate 250 years here in this country. One of the things that this 250 seeks to do, it seeks to amplify the stories of historically marginalized groups who contribute to the founding of this nation. This is what this South Carolina 250. Many of you've probably heard of it, but many of you may not. I just find it ironic that we are standing here debating something that a part of the history of America. American history is all of our history, and I think we need to know and to seek it. We cannot rewrite the history that has been given to us. We cannot rewrite it. But what we can do, we can enjoy the history that has been done in this country. I'm here to support the amendment number 9 as it talks about displaying documents highlighting the contribution of black women in America. And certainly we have some strong black women have came through the shores of America and have done great things. Mr. Speaker, our history is all of our history, all of us history. And I think that we should be able to satisfy it and be able to listen to the things that has happened in the past. Certainly history is our stories of achievement, It also our stories of struggle, our cultural, and certainly the leadership of the people that has came before us. As I said, Mr. Speaker, American history is black history. Black history is American history. There's no separation of what has been done in the past. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask that we move to pass Amendment number 9 that deals with black American history or black women history here in America.
Question is adoption of amendment number 9. Mr. Jordan moves to table amendment number 9. Mr. King requests a roll call. Do 9 members second his request? 9 members do. The question is tabling amendment number 9. Voting on the board. All members voted. Noted. All members voted. All members voted. Noted, Mr. Alexander. We're waiting on you. All members voted. Time has expired. Clerk will close the poll to tabulate. By a vote of 80 to 31, amendment number 9 has been tabled. Clerk will read.
Number 10, Mr. King, number 10.
Mr. Rivers, you taking this one? Mr. Rivers is recognized for amendment number 10.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity. I find it a little bit ironic that here again, it's Black History Month, and we're talking about something that impacts people that looks like myself, and most of you look like me. It's just that you don't realize it. Wow. This amendment says a public school, I'm not going to read it, you can read. We celebrate Robert Smalls externally. Matter of fact, I'm thinking about Scripture right now and what we're doing. Scripture says, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. So what you're really saying with your mouth and your attitude is that some people that you work with and some people that you're around, their history doesn't matter. And the irony of it is, all history started from us. Let me say that again. All history started from us, and us being African American people. Let me give you some context on this 10 Commandments that we're talking about. Now, I know you're going to display Robert Smalls, because if you don't do this amendment, then you're really hypocrites, right? Because you talk about Robert Smalls and you celebrate his exploits, but what you don't say is that he was an enslaved black man that outsmarted everybody at that time. I'll be communicating here today. You talk about the 10 Commandments, Brother Moore said it. The scripture says that Moses' mother put him in a basket and sent him down the Nile River, which was an ark of safety. Where is the Nile River at? That's in Africa. Let's fast forward to the New Testament. When Mary and Joseph was trying to hide Jesus, they went somewhere to hide him. And they hid him in Egypt. Where is that? If we're going to talk about the 10 Commandments, I'm amused by the Pharisees and the Sadducees who were trying to trap Jesus, right? The Pharisees came out and said, this boy is pretty smart, so let's deal with this, with these taxes. We talk about that a lot in here. Then he said, let's deal with the resurrections. You do know that the people that crucified Jesus were religious leaders and political leaders, right? You do know that, right? And that's what we're doing right now. And we're hiding behind, hey, my brother, put up bullying up there. Yeah, bullying. Bullying. Is it up on the screen? Cliff notes, what bullying is. Bullying is people who can do whatever they want and they can get away with it because they know there won't be any consequences because they have enough numbers to camouflage their meanness.
Mr. Rivers, I hate to interrupt your speech, but your time's up on the
I got
amendment.
some more later.
Yeah. Question is adoption of amendment number 10. Mr. Jordan moves to table amendment number 10. Mr. King moves for a roll call. The 9 members second his request. 9 do vote. The question is tabling amendment number 10. Voting on the board. All members voted. All members voted. Any objection to cutting the roll call short? Hearing none or seeing none, the clerk will close the polls. Tabulate by a vote of 79-31. Amendment number 10 is tabled. Clerk will read.
Number 11, Mr. King, number 11.
Mr. Rivers is recognized for amendment number 11.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, this is similar to the first one. Robert Small was Gullah, I'm Gullah. So if you don't respect Robert Smalls, I know you're not going to respect us now. You all love to bask in the fact that Robert Smalls was a Republican, but do you know that he's the one that started the Republican Party here in South Carolina? So you just voted against the guy that started the Republican Party, that got you all going. That sounds kind of quite, oh, wow. Watch your language, Mike. I don't know, what does that say? You say that you appreciate what someone started, but you don't want to appreciate who they are. That seems a little contradictory to me. So I'm not going to waste my time and your time because, again, let me say this to my brothers and sisters who profess to be Christians. The book says, let your light shine. Let your light shine. And your light, matter of fact, I was about to finish the part in Matthew, I think it's the 20th chapter, and it says about the part when they were trying to handle him sideways with this thing about taxes like we're doing here. Then the resurrection. Then what we are talking about today, the 10 Commandments. Since the Pharisees didn't have any success trying to give Jesus a hard time, then the Sadducees said, let's try this boy. And they asked him, which was the great commandment? Knowing that, let me help some of you out. When the 10 Commandments was written, it was given to the black man called Moses. And guess what? His relatives, the people were so angry with Moses because of his wife being an Ethiopian, that God turned a couple of people, Merriman, they got the leprosy. I'm not sure if a black person can get leprosy, but anyway, I'm gonna leave that alone because I don't want to show my ignorance about something I don't know about. But the bottom line is, we're talking about something here, and we say that one for one, that all for one, one for all. Is that in this body? You all just sat there and shot down, and the irony of it is, you talk about Robert Smalls, but now you just said in the previous amendment that you don't want him displayed. And let me say this before the Ten Commandments need not to be displayed on the walls if you're not going to display it in your heart. Because you can leave the Ten Commandments on the wall of the school.
Mr. Rivers, your time's up on amendment number 11. Question is adoption of amendment number 11. Mr. Jordan moves to table amendment number 11. Mr. Garvin asks for a roll call. Do 9 members second his request? 9 members do. The question is tabling amendment number 11, voting on the board. All members wishing to vote? Any objection to cutting the roll call short? Seeing none, the clerk will close the polls. Tabulate by a vote of 83-30. Amendment number 11 is tabled. Clerk will read.
Next amendment, Mr. King, number 12. Mr. King.
Mr. Rivers, I believe you have this one as well, right? Mr. Rivers is recognized for amendment number 12.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, you know, we had a song back in the day when I was growing up. It says, show and tell. I forgot, I think it was Al Hudson or somebody like that. And now you're showing and telling us what time it really is. Don't tell me how much you care about me and love me and understand our situation. And then when it comes time to put up, everybody shut up. I'm going to leave it right there. I'm gone.
Question is adoption of amendment number 12. Mr. Jordan moves to table amendment number 12. Mr. Garvin requests a roll call. Do 9 members second his request? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 9 members do. The question is tabling amendment number 12, voting on the board. All members voting. Any objection to cutting roll call short? Seeing none, clerk will close the polls. Tabulate by a vote of 81-30. Amendment number 12 is tabled. Clerk will read.
Number 13, Jordan and McCabe. 13 substitute, Jordan and McCabe.
Mr. Jordan is recognized to explain 13 substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during the Judiciary Committee's discussion and debate of the bill, of course, as I've already explained, as you know, there were certain amendments made. For instance, the Emancipation Proclamation. One of the things, and I want to thank Representative McCabe, I don't think he's in here at the moment, but we wanted to clarify and provide a qualifier. Currently, the bill, I'll just read the appropriate language. It would define the scope of a volunteer chaplain's duties, and essentially a volunteer school chaplain may not advance, endorse, or require participation in any particular religion, denomination, or belief system. That language is essentially required under current law. What this amendment does, and again, this would say that's true, but only while acting pursuant to school authorization under the chaplain's policy during school hours and on school grounds, meaning that that chaplain, in the event a student, perhaps their family, were to have dinner or something like that with the chaplain in a totally unrelated setting, these prohibitions would not necessarily kick in. Thank you. We believe this language is necessary not only to clarify, but to conform with the overall spirit of the bill.
Mr. King wishes to be heard speaking against 13 substitute. Mr. King, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking against this amendment because we can't deviate from the Louisiana bill that is in litigation. We need to keep it like Louisiana so that we make sure that nothing else is added in this piece of legislation that would deviate from what Louisiana has done. So I want the people that's listening at home to look and listen to the hypocrisy of this chamber. Because earlier we heard that we could not deviate from what Louisiana is doing. But now we are deviating. I don't care how you're cleaning it up or whatever. It's supposed to be just like Louisiana, Ms. Cobb Hunter. So I'm just telling you what was told about all the amendments about black folk. All the amendments about black folk, it wasn't like Louisiana. I'll take a question from you, Mr. Howard, but I want you to understand you don't look like Louisiana. So we can't do this amendment. Louisiana. So if it's not Louisiana style, can't be done. But all of a sudden we have an amendment here, Mr. Howard. I'll take his question if I have a few seconds.
Representative Howard, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. King. You about to make me...
I ain't from Louisiana. They tell me I look like them folk from down in Louisiana,
okay. But Dr. King,
they say I'm a little Creole, you know.
Yeah, based on what we've been hearing, wouldn't that violate free speech?
You know, I mean, I don't know. You know, we do whatever we want to do in here. We say that we can't do things because it ain't Louisiana style, and then...
Let me say this, that in the Ways and Means full committee meeting, Madam First, Representative Cobb Hunter introduced an amendment that talked about free speech, that people would not lose their jobs for free speech. Now, wouldn't this chaplain be at risk of losing his or her job?
Not if they're from Louisiana, Mr. Chairman. If they're from Louisiana, French Quarters at that.
So free speech in Louisiana, they can pretty much...
As long as they're from Louisiana, it can go into the amendment.
As long as you're not African American in South Carolina.
That's correct. You got to be from Louisiana.
Okay,
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right.
Representative George is recognized for the last part of his time to speak in favor of the amendment. Representative Jordan.
An excellent point was raised as to the Louisiana piece of this. So I want to clarify that we are actually learning in part from the Louisiana lawsuit. Some of the conformity language I referenced, and in addition into the amendment, was actually pointed out as problematic in the district court Louisiana case. So this identifies an issue that was just ruled upon in the Louisiana case. So we're not veering from the Louisiana model. We're simply learning from the Louisiana legislation through the court process of that. Thank you.
The question is adoption of Amendment 13 substitute. Mr. Jones moves to table Amendment 13 substitute. We have a roll call requested by Mr. King. Do 9 members second his request? I'm sorry. That's right. Mr. Jones, I'm sorry. All right, we have 9 members that second his request. The question is tabling Amendment 13 substitute. We're voting on the board. Yeah. All members voted.
Mr. Beach.
All members voted. All members voted, wish to vote. Any objection to cutting the roll call short? Seeing none, the clerk will close the poll and tabulate by a vote of by 2881. The House refuses to table Amendment 13 substitute. The question is adoption of Amendment 13 substitute. Mr. Grant asked for a roll call. The 9 members second his request. Nine members do. The question is adoption of Amendment 13 substitute. Voting on the board. All members voted. Have all members voted that wish to vote? All members voted. Any objection to cutting the roll call short? Seeing none, clerk will close the polls and tabulate by a vote of 81-23. House adopts Amendment 13 substitute. Clerk will read.
13 substitute adopted. 14 substitute, Mr. Beach. 14 substitute.
Mr. Beach is recognized to explain Amendment 14 substitute. Mr. Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, however this ends up today, I know that we're all trying to honor our Heavenly Father. And so I appreciate the fight. I really do. My amendment is to strike and replace the current bill with a couple years ago, you might remember me came around and asking y'all to co-sponsor the 10 Commandments bill. What I did was I asked staff to basically copy and paste Louisiana's 10 Commandments. And that's what I filed. Right now, the current bill, we have chaplains attached to this bill. We've heard from leadership that it's a risk. The courts could decide this is unconstitutional. A lot of us are not lawyers here, but we do know that there is a problem if we have two subjects, and it could be unconstitutional. We might be getting rid of or hurting our chances of passing a good piece of legislation that we all really kind of generally believe. And that is, our Constitution was made only for moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other, by John Adams, 1798. It cannot be overstated that the moral foundation of a society matters. Long before this chamber existed, long before our Constitution was written, there were enduring principles that shaped what we know and what we call Western civilization. If the citizens of this state do not learn the fundamental aspect of their birthright, the civilization birthright, their civic education is not complete. The civilization that created universal human rights, created women's equality, and ended slavery, and other notable achievements would not have developed without the 10 Commandments. The recipe for a better world is found in the 10 Commandments. We are all God's children. We are all God's children. And he's asking us to treat each other better. The 10 Commandments is the moral underpinnings of our society. And so for educational purposes, we are teaching the next generation what built Western civilization, what caused these previous amendments to come to pass was because of that rooting, that foundation, that there is a creator, to treat each other a little bit better, and those 10 Commandments.
Mr. Beach, your time's up on the amendment.
Thank you.
Mr. Long's recognized to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members, for taking the time today to work through my bill here. I'm going to move to table this amendment, and I'll tell you why. Two pieces to it. Number one, this amendment is modeled after language out of Texas that is still enjoined. And number two, this amendment strips the chaplain component out of the bill, and I think the chaplain component is very important. And so, Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time, I would move to table.
Do you wish to take a question? There's a question been standing there waiting for a while.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Newton, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Long, for taking my question. I know we have a short amount of time. You mentioned that this is the Texas law that's enjoined, the Louisiana law has been undone, and this is the Louisiana law we're trying to preserve. But secondly, that it also not only takes out chaplains, but this amendment, if we vote for it, is removing the Declaration of Independence as a listed document in the bill, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Bamberg, you're recognized to speak against this amendment. You have 1 minute and 54 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just say, and I hear the words, Representative Beach perfectly stated, the 10 Commandments, the Bible, wants us to treat each other better. So why is it then in the South Carolina House of Representatives we like to silence people's voices by invoking cloture so that they can't be heard? Whatever happened to do unto others as you would have them do unto you? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is adoption of Amendment 14 substitute. Mr. Long moved to table Amendment 14 substitute. All in favor of tabling Amendment 14 substitute, say aye. Opposed? And ayes have it. We have tabled Amendment 14 substitute.
Number 15 is by Mr. Grant. Number 15, Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant is recognized to speak on amendment number 15.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since we don't like history, maybe we like meritocracy, maybe we like qualifications. And so what my amendment does is help to give the teachers that are actually in the classroom the qualifications that will help defend and teach the 10 Commandments that are actually going up in the classroom. So, give you an example. I have a 5-year-old son, so smart, takes after his mother. And so that 5-year-old reads on a 2nd grade level. And so my problem is, if he reads the 10 Commandments and asks his teacher, what does thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife mean? And that teacher cannot defend it, now we have a whole nother list of issues. So, my amendment would require that all teachers complete appropriate coursework and training sufficiently to provide accurate instruction regarding the historical, literal, and cultural context of the 10 Commandments, which would include studying the historical origins and development of the 10 Commandments, examination of their role in Western legal tradition and civic thought, as well as instruction designed to enable teachers to respond accurately and objectively to student questions regarding context in meeting. The coursework or training must be taken from an accredited university coursework in religious study, history, theology, or a substantially similar field, or through professional development programs approved by the State Department of Education. If you are like me, you would not want your child in a classroom where they are asking a question where the teacher should be able to defend and educate and give a knowledgeable answer on the question. What we are doing is putting a religious document in classrooms where students are open to ask questions, and if that teacher is not knowledgeable nor feels comfortable, we are now putting our teachers in a bad predicament. And I don't think any of you all want that. We all love our teachers, we love our educators. There were some here today. And we're actually putting more money in the budget to make sure that these educators are valued. But what we don't want to do is put these educators in a bad place, and as a parent, I don't want my child in the classroom asking a teacher a question that they cannot answer or defend. And so with that, I would move that we adopt this amendment so that we can make sure that our teachers are well equipped and prepared to defend the 10 Commandments, since we want to pass this so bad. Thank you.
Mr. Grant moved. You want to be heard? I'm sorry. Mr. Jordan wishes to be heard against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd refer you to page 4, specifically subparagraph B. Statements intended to provide context to any text required or authorized to be displayed pursuant to this subsection are prohibited. So if we adopt this amendment, we're essentially in violation of the underlying legislation itself, conflicting with the underlying legislation. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, yes, sir.
Mr. Grant, you have a question? Yes, sir. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what we're saying is that the students can ask a question, but the teachers cannot answer the question, and that would be the violation of the bill?
This refers to a statement intended to provide context, authorized to be displayed. What we're saying in the bill is put up the 10 Commandments and the context statement on there, and that's it. They're not requiring anything else to do with that. And by providing this prohibition, we're specifically saying you don't need to go any further than that to do anything in addition to that, to therefore require any kind of training or certification or any other kind of process associated. Very simply, you put up the 10 Commandments. You may put up any of the other things listed in the bill that we've talked about several times, and you may put up any of the other things we've previously discussed as allowed. This is the only document, the 10 Commandments with the contextual statement, that is to be mandated to be put up in the classroom.
So even if the child doesn't understand the contextual statement, because you could have this in kindergarten, first grade, second grade classrooms, they cannot have a continual conversation based off of the statement that is provided.
They can talk about the text itself, but they can't put a contextual provision around it.
Mr. Govan has a question. You still have a few minutes. Still have a little bit of time. Representative Govan.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jordan, then just based on what you just said, who gets to make that determination in terms of the context that's put up with the commandments then?
What are we talking about? We're talking about providing context. Again, we're prohibiting providing that extra context. The documents speak for themselves, do they not?
The document, but so who verifies the documents? I mean, where is that drawn from? Whose interpretation of the documents? And what I'm speaking of specifically, you're talking about the 10 Commandments, and you do understand, of course, that the Jewish version of 10 Commandments is different from what might be what you...
I do, and that's a good point. Remember, this is connected to the founding of the nation. This is the text, this specific version, for lack of a better...
I'm sorry, Mr. Jordan, you're 3 minutes on the amendments.
I'll be back.
Question is, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Rule 810 is where we divide the question, and I'm asking that we divide the religious documents and the historical documents into two different bills, and that's Rule 8.10.
Is that a point of order, or is that a divide the question?
Dividing the question.
So you want to divide it into the religious part, and what's the other part?
And historical.
Historical part?
Documents. Divide the question.
Mr. King, I think you're understanding here the motion's out of order. You cannot divide a question on the bill. It has to be on an amendment, and I think you're seeing that right now. So the motion is overruled. Pending question is adoption of amendment number 15. Mr. Long moves to table amendment number 15. Mr. King asks for a roll call. Do 9 members second his request? 9 members do. The question is tabling amendment number 15. We're voting on the board. All members voted. All members voted. Any objection to cutting roll call short? So noted. Time has expired. Clerk will close the poll. Tabulate by a vote of 85-31. Amendment number 15 has been tabled. Clerk will read.
Next amendment is number 16. Roger Kirby, number 16. Mr. Kirby.
Mr. Kirby's recognized to explain amendment number 16. Mr. Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There seems to be a lot of points of confusion about the legality, constitutionality, many other issues. I think representative over here was talking about how the teachers are going to answer the children's question about coveting and adultery and all those kinds of things. I thought what we may do, just as a recommendation, instead of putting all of our public schools in jeopardy of lawsuits and our education department in harm's way with what we know are going to be lawsuits coming from constitutionality questions, why don't we do a little test case? I mean, just show of hands, how many of y'all can probably repeat the 10 Commandments without looking at them? Less than 50%. So here's what I'm thinking. Let's post the 10 Commandments right under that exit sign right there. Make it a nice big poster. Make it nice. Put it right up there so when we're all in here and we're talking about a bill or we're talking to each other, we can look up there and, when we're reading those 10 Commandments, we can be reminded of them. That's what I got. I just wanted to, let's try this first as a test case. If we get sued, that's one thing. We can handle that, right? We can pay those lawsuits. But if every school and school district in the state gets sued, that's going to cost us a lot more money. So let's try it here first. See how it works. See how it works for us. See if we read them and follow them. And if we have questions, we can ask each other. We won't have to have a teacher trying to explain to a 5-year-old what adultery is. Let's do that. Mr. Speaker, I would move for passage.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kirby. Mr. Long is recognized to speak against the amendment. Mr. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill relates to public schools, and this is obviously well outside what the bill had said. So I'm going to move to table this, although I think this is a great idea. This is just not the right vehicle for it. I'd be happy to work with Mr. Kirby on legislation to require the 10 Commandments to be posted in the General Assembly as well. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Long moves to table Amendment 16. Mr. Jermaine Johnson requests roll call to non-members. Second the request. Non-members do. Voting on the board, table Amendment number 16. Time's expired. Polls closed. Clerk tabulate by a vote of 82-28. The House tables Amendment number 16. That brings us to Amendment number 17. Clerk will read.
17 was withdrawn by Mr. Kirby. We have number 18 by Mr. Kirby.
Mr. Kirby is recognized to speak 4, amendment number 18. Mr. Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Seriously, that last amendment was a little bit in jest, but this is not. When we start thinking about religious documents and how we communicate with our children, with our students, the messages that we really want them to understand from the various faith traditions that we all bring to the table. It's difficult for me to believe that there would be a more appropriate set of Scripture to display, if we're going to display Scripture in our public schools, than Psalms 82, verses 3 and 4. This has been translated in so many numerous translations of the Bible. This text that has really stood the test of time. Defend the weak and the fatherless. Uphold the cause of the poor and of the oppressed. Rescue the weak and the needy, and deliver them from the hand of the wicked. I did a cross-reference and kind of thinking about this. All of the world's key religions hold these texts in precept and principle. You can look at in Islam in the Quran. There are numerous references to this same text. In Judaism, of course, these are from the Psalms. In Hinduism, the Dharma talks about compassion and charity and protecting the vulnerable. Buddhism emphasizes karuna, compassion, loving kindness, focusing on protecting the weak. If we want to put religious text in our children's classrooms, why not put a text that gives them the strength?
Kirby, I hate to interrupt you, but your time on the amendment has expired. Mr. Long, you wish to be heard? Mr. Long is recognized to speak against the amendment. Mr. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's almost like the sponsor of this amendment wants the whole bill to fail. This strikes the findings of fact, and it also drastically changes the nature of what the bill is doing and what the current legal precedent is. So I'd move table.
All right. Mr. Long moves to table amendment number 18, and Mr. Jermaine Johnson requests a roll call. The non-member second the request. Nine do. Yeah, there you go. We got 9. Table in motion, voting on the board. All right, time's expired, polls closed. Clerk will tabulate by a vote of 85 to 30. The House tables amendment number 18. That brings us to amendment 19. Clerk will read.
19, Mr. Grant is 19 substitute. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant's recognized to speak for the amendment. Mr. Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's get back to helping our teachers. And so my amendment, ladies and gentlemen, would help all public school teachers since they have to go through continual education training. They have to do coursework that allows them to keep their license and their certificates. And so what this amendment is simply doing is adding that the appropriate annual continual education coursework or training to maintain the teacher certification provides some accurate instruction that regards the historical, literal, and cultural context of the Ten Commandments. And so I know that we want to make sure that our teachers stay in compliance. I know we want to make sure that our students are well educated and taught by the teachers who have the merit to be in the classroom. And all this amendment does is help add this to their continual education, training, and coursework. As we all love our teachers in the state of South Carolina, and we want to have the smartest teachers in the United States of America, I know that many of my colleagues will be supporting me alongside with this amendment. And so thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, Mr. Long moves to table amendment number 19, and Mr. Jermaine Johnson requests a roll call to non-members second that request. Non-members do, voting on the board. All right, time's expired, polls closed. Clerk will tabulate by a vote of 84 to 27. House tables amendment number 19 substitute. That brings us to amendment number 20. Clerk will read.
20, John King.
Mr. King's recognized to speak on behalf of amendment number 20. Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment